Good morning, guys. We're back on Magic SMP today. Uh, Jeez, chat's moving so much. I don't even know who's here. Okay, I'm just gonna read from the redemption. Okay, let's see. Welcome in Crazy. Welcome in Nelly. Welcome in Welcome in Void. Welcome in River, Nurbe, Fusty, KK, Lightning, and everybody else who didn't do a redemption today. Hi, we're on Magic. We have base work to do. So I logged into this base this morning and like I was feeling depressed. Like looking at all the things that have messed up my base. We gotta fix this place up so I feel better. It's so hard. I logged in and I was just sad. Okay, so I tried replacing the stained glass, and it looks like replacing the stained glass can actually like fix the border issue. So we're gonna start with that today. And hopefully that gets everything off on the right foot today. Let's see, is this upgraded? No. This one needs a basic magnet. It'll help. And do we have the legendary vault scaffolding? Yeah, okay, here we go. We could use surface moss. It's not quite the same, unfortunately. It doesn't have the flowery vibes. I have a plan, though, but we'll get to that. Yeah, that's the plan, Crazy. That's, like, actually the plan. Let's see. Oh, I'm in the range of a demagnetizer. Hold on. Where's my demag? Where did I put the demagnetizer? This one. Oh, no! What have I done? Well, that's the modification table. Hold on. Where's the demagnetizer? Oh, great. Where did I actually put this thing? I have no idea where the demagnetizer is. It has to be downstairs somewhere. Is it down here? I don't see it here. Below the vaulter? That would make sense. Aha! Yeah, thank you. So, can you stop picking stuff up things?
Success!
That's right, Crazy. Alright, here we go. Cool. That took forever to get here. I think my magnet's drunk. Maybe it's just hungover. It's early, you know. 6 a.m. my magnet's like, I didn't know you were using me today. God, dude, can you just give me some like time to recover? Got a roaring headache, dude. Was it always like that? I feel like it didn't always do that, but I might just be silly. Why is that glass so cursed, dude? I wish I knew. But my building blocks were nerfed, so that's where we're at. I guess. Can't have pretty bases. Nope. What mod is this? Macaw's Windows? Why, bro? Like, the stained glass... It used to have, like, a border between the different glass colors. Now it doesn't, and... I'm very disappointed. It really added a lot to the effect to have the different colors be separated, because, like... In real life stained glass, you know, it has, like, the little metal bits in between each color. This is called, I think it's called Mosaic. Yeah, it's just they don't have that option anymore. Even though the image, it shows a black border around the whole thing in the image. I tried breaking and replacing like a green one here. Maybe I need to break an update on all the sides. Oh, the fact that it's connecting this way now. I swear it didn't used to do that. I don't know why it didn't used to, but it didn't used to. They definitely just changed this block. So I might have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Pliers for the bridge, according to the tooltip. Window hammer. Wait. No, that's for Windows. I'm desperate. Let's try it. Doesn't seem to do anything to the glass. I think we're just doomed. Makes me want to, take a brick and yeet it at the window. I guess I have to remove that arch. Look at this. It connects on this side, but not that side. Oh, it's because on this side I forgot the blocks above. Hold on. That gives me an idea. I'll use my legendary vault scaffolding to fix this problem. Vertical slabs? That might work. We could just also just maybe not have blocks. No, the hammer said it changes the shape of the windows. So I think what that's gonna do is change like a window that's like a 2x2 window to like a 1x2 or something. Well, this is better. I think the entire arch just has to go. And hopefully it's not terrible. I guess we'll find out. What am I doing about this beam though that just ends here? Do we just pretend it doesn't? Oops. Good thing you can parry the floor. Oh, that looks so naked. Oh no, it looks naked. Okay, I got a plan. We're on to plan D, I think we're on at this point. Okay, so let's try Break that. Extend the fence upwards, and then do like block support. Oh, I don't have an axe on me. All right, please look good. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm crossing my toes. So we can try this. Hopefully it gives that same arch effect. But none of these blocks are actually touching the window, so hopefully it also avoids the issue we had. As for this... You know what? I think I have an idea. Maybe we could use... stair. And immediately my hotbar is too full. What if we take this, replace it with this? So they look connected at least? It doesn't quite match the symmetry of the room, but seems to make a decent middle ground replacement. I think I'm happy with that. Okay, so next up, we need to fix these walls. These ugly walls of sadness. So I'm thinking we just replace all of them with the board variety. Because this thing still has like the same texture as before. Doesn't have like this like super busy like rainbow unicorn puke texture. How much of this stuff do we have? I should have quite a bit. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab our exchanging gadget, set it to surface unconnected high range. Don't say such cursed things, Fox. Let me be happy for like 10 minutes. And then we should be able just to swap all these out pretty fast. It looks cursed, but I think if I just reload the area, it should fix it. And then we'll just... the ones that we pick up, we'll just use them to craft the next set of boards. This looks so cursed in the meantime. How far can I... Ooh, this thing has a long range. I think it's like mega range. I didn't realize you could reach so far with a gadget. I could look at the ceiling. Have they buffed the gadget distance? Feels like they buffed this. I guess all the blocks being super cursed makes it easy to see which ones I've replaced already. This is going way smoother than expected, I'll be honest. I thought I was have to like scaffold up and like do all these annoying things. Why is that one not cursed? And just that one. There's like exactly 2 that are not cursed. Uh-oh. Oh, there's no undo button. Crap. Okay, hold on. This complicates things. Why is it in grid mode all of a sudden? Why did it change modes? So let's do surface range 1. And then we can kind of... Okay, it's fixed. So then we can put it back to like super high surface mode, tag that block. Start replacing more of these. Just try to find all these ridiculously overgrown ones. Texturing hack with the exchanging gadget. Yeah, you just have to... The hard part is actually like... You still have to get it to look right. So you still have to be kind of random and like arbitrary about how you move. Which is not very... what's the word? It's not... Human brain doesn't like random. So you have to, it's not intuitive. But yeah. Exchanging gadget's really good for texturing. It just gets annoying when you're trying to use lots of different blocks, because then you have to keep like switching blocks in the exchanging gadget, or have multiple exchanging gadgets. Oh, but wait, who remembers on Polaris when we when I was working with the Azulejo and I had like 3 exchanging gadgets all tagged to different Azulejos, so I could just keep switching easily without going back to tag them. Oh, that was funny. That was hard to figure out. If they're covered by the beams, that means they're not visible, and I don't care. You here for that time, lady? Nice. Welcome in, by the way. Why can't I replace this block? It's a frame block. Oh, okay. Okay, in that case, let's go get our frame hammer. Wow, did my entire computer just skip a beat? Holy cow. Hello. Can I parkour? Thank you. Yeah, I replaced a lot of these with frame blocks so that the roof can be lit up, but like secretly. I think we need to craft up the next set of boards. Great, hitting that tree messed up my momentum. Okay, now I gotta wait like 8 years for the dash cooldown out of vault. Which is everybody's favorite thing to do. Waiting for cooldowns outside the vault. Building edges is so nice. If you want to do any building, just grab them. You won't be sorry. They're cheap anyway. You only have like, what, 2 knowledge points to lose? Did I replace normal with flowered? Don't think so. Looks fine. Once you like do like one operation with building gadget and save yourself an hour, you'll be like, oh, I get the hype now. Sit by the door. This door seems fine. This door seems fine. I don't know what you saw, Fox. Alright, I guess while we're here, let's check on the shops, see if we have any sales. Starting with the mob drops. Nobody's buying my stuff. Server's been a little bit quiet though. Makes sense. Check out the new shop. Hey Lemon, welcome in. If you haven't seen it, this is the new shop. We sell botany pot stuff. With this like super cute little... It's supposed to be like garden shop, mom and pop. Too much product for their space. But it's a cute shop. And there's a moss roof vibe. I'm quite happy with this. I think it turned out to be so cute in the end. I love the texturing with the moss on the outside. Welcome in, Jeremy. So wait, hold on. How does this work? Oh, that's a different... That's a different window. That's from a different mod. Okay, okay, okay. Completion crates? But they have those, like, symbols on them. Oh, this champion crate still exists. Sword doesn't make sense. Skull doesn't make sense. This looks like it would hold, like, coal or something. It looks like a furnace. Maybe the bounty crate could look okay. Hey, Rainbows. Okay, so I think this part of the base is back to looking decent. These boards, it's not quite the same, but, you know, it works. Oh, wait, we need to fix the stairs. Oh, great. What do we use for stairs? Oh, I know. We're gonna have to use, have to use frame stair. And frame them with the boards. The boards kind of do add this like contrasting texture, but I didn't really feel like the build needed it. Ads are starting soon, guys. Oh, we have so many of these all over the island. Okay, we gotta go fix that. Okay. Fix this pathway. Oh, no, don't break everything. Why does this texture have to be this way? Is there a way to tell how much room you have left with simple storage? Hmm. I don't think there is. Once you max it out, it'll just fail to insert items, I think. I haven't really tested that myself. That's what I would think, Lemon. It would just not insert. Like, you shift click, nothing happens. You click the item into the box, nothing happens. I don't see any kind of monitoring system for there. You just have to check the individual storage containers, I guess. For me, it's easy because I just check the colossal chest. Either there's space or there's not. It's not gonna, like, void items or anything. Well, if it does, that's a bug. I still need to come up with a building concept for over here. I just don't really have anything at the moment. How you doing? You're backing up. Nice, nice. I want to do some thermal series today. We're gonna burn our vault diamonds like so fast. Okay, I think this is decent. Put this back in the charger. Okay. Next part of the process. So I think this place is back to not making me want to quit. There's like, wait, hold. Oh wait, there's a few that I missed. That one. That one and that one. Okay. Okay, so next up, I want to thermal it up. I think a good place to start is going to be with the igneous extruders. So we can make a basalt farm, great. Stone farm, great. Cobblestone farm, great. I know you can convert these two between each other. I'm just going to have both. Blackstone, Great. Deep Slate, great. I think we only need one version of Deep Slate. I don't know which one I would want, though. I use both for, like, building. I guess we'll just do both. So I actually use the regular D-State for building, and then I use, like, the tiles for building also, and I'd like to have both of them on hand. So I guess we have to make 6 of these things. It's gonna be expensive. How much steel do we have? Oh, I think we're gonna hit a steel wall. Oh, we don't have any steel. Oh yeah, you can smelt it back. Oh, we don't have nearly enough steel for my plans. How much steel do we have? Wait, no. It's like this. $24. One of these takes 4, 9. So we can only make 4 of them out of, oh, sorry, 2 of them out of the 6 that I would like. Alright, and here we hit the wall of the other thing that makes me sad about Vault Hunters right now, is that I don't really want to level up further. I don't want to increase the level gap on the server any more than it already is. But if we don't play a vault that's near our level, we don't get loot. And I don't know how to, like, fix this. Because I want loot, but I also don't want XP. I don't want to feel forced to level up. So before I could just level down to 35, and it was peachy. But now if I level down to 35, I get, like, nothing in the vault. The loot is, like, half. And it's kind of a waste of time if I'm just doing a solo vault like that. From what I understand, it's like the same progression it's always been, Fox. It's just like a pretty steep curve. Yeah, we're gonna have to afterlife and lower the level, I guess. Just to try to get the minimum XP possible. Okay. Our gear is sus. Honestly, I don't feel like crafting, so I'm just gonna repair my stuff. I really wish there was an item you could apply to a crystal that just set the XP modifier to 0. Like this thing, you know, the thing that they use to put safe zone, or this thing that you use to put, like, Phoenix. I just wish there was something like that that just 0 XP for the vault. It's mostly useful for multiplayer. Shield will survive. Okay. Let's get our stuff sorted. Okay, so you go here. You go here. You turn on. Oh, we need a crystal as well. Well, that's rude. Okay. I have a plan. There's a woodland mansion over here. Let's just pray that there's 4 evokers in there. There is no raid farm. This is like extra rude now that you can't even use those in the vault. Like, oof. Welcome in, Atomic Player. How you doing? Let's bring the warp stone. Hello? I swear, entering Elytra mode is like weird on this version, and I don't know what it is, but like it just fails so often. Like you touch a block and it's like, no. And I can't help but feel like it's probably something to do with the Forge update. Why'd I bring a pickaxe? Oh. Hopefully I don't have to break anything. Where's the door? That's good, Foss. I still don't want to generate XP. The level gap is like 20 levels on this, like more than 20 levels on this server. It's messed up. Okay, here we go. It's just a sword. I feel like we need a command for the flower transmogs. I get questioned about this like every day. We should probably make a command for it. There's one. Hello, Magic Hands Man. I have need of your gubbins. Oh, hello. What book would a creeper read? If they go to the public library and they check out a book, what book is the creeper reading? Overworld deaths are still hard to have, like... I mean, like, the overworld's still tough to have, like, 30, 40 armor. Is that, like, a real book, Uno? Well, look at it, by the way. But is that a real book? Well, there you go. That makes sense, then. Sure makes sense. Thanks. That's 2. It does sound like a Cold War era book, yeah. Dr. Strangelove? Yeah, that makes sense. There's only 2 evokers in here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go start a raid. I don't really feel like making a farm, so where's the nearest outpost? Oh, look at the shopping district from the sky. Oh my goodness, it looks like a real place. With stuff. Oh, it looks so good so far. Too bad the frame blocks are worked. Yeah, this is 116 Vault Hunters. Like, you want to run the vault? Okay, go do stuff. Southeast of shopping district? This is just Reese's Create area. Oh, that's west. East. That's not one. That's the build. There's one way to the north. Let's bring a waystone. Waystones cost steel? I'm upsetty. Why do waystones cost steel? Can they cost like anything else? Why does everything cost steel? Unbelievable. Okay. Do you see that stone monolith of magic? It costs steel. Okay. Watch as I crash the server flying to this. The altar's gonna cost steel, locking you out of ever playing. Yeah. I can see that. If they don't want the feedback, they might as well not even let us play, right? The funny thing is they buff carbon, and like this entire week I haven't like grinded carbon at all. Today we're gonna have to grind some carbon. This vault we're gonna probably just focus on wooden chests, and then maybe ornates if they pop up. Okay, here we are. Let's get some banner dudes. I want it to be like a maximum level raid, right? You get more evokers, right? If it's like a higher level raid. And to get maximum level, you need to kill 5, 6 banner guys. I think I'm at level 3. Actually overflowed in carbon? Holy cow. The words never said before. I was hoping for an illegal book. You can get illegal books in these. I don't have an electron. I was trying to get the spawns to reset. Hold on, gotta wait like 15 seconds. There's gonna be a lot of mobs now that it's nighttime. I didn't think this through. Why don't any of you have a banner? There's so many of them and they don't have banners. Are you inside? Just promote a guy. Here, take this banner. Take this, brother. May it serve you well. Aha! I need your hat, I guess. I don't know how the lore works. Oh, I know what I can do. I can fail to dash up. Yeah, that's what I meant. If I waystone away and back, it should reset the mobs, right? Oh no, I started the raid here. Oh, I have villagers. Okay. Whatever. Last time, they all spawned in stupid places. I just have to be careful not to fight near the house. Give a villager a crossbow and they're like, you know what? I've decided to turn to a life of crime. So you get a Fletcher, you buy a crossbow from them. Give it back to them and they become a villager. Also, you have really bad stream delay, River. Over here. Wait, come this way. Come this way. Come this way. Come on, chase me. Come on, chase me. I hit the target down with chaining. It's like, you have 4 DPS. They spawned over here. I saw a Ravager. Hey, get out of my garden. Hey. You're making me break my garden, you oaf. Over here. Get away from the puppies. Come on. Come this way. Wait, are they inside my house? Bruh. Excuse you. I guess they can walk in over here with the pressure plates. Did not mean to start the raid here. Should have gone anywhere else that didn't have didn't have villagers. They're down here. Let me see if I can intercept them. Is that some magic hands man on a Ravager, right? Nope, it's a regular pillager. I hear magic hands man. Give me the goods. Nice dance, nice dance moves. Okay, we've officially gotten our totems. We still gotta clear out this raid. That's 4 totems. Good thing evokers can't use their own totems of undying. Okay, there's an evoker behind me. I see you hiding there in the trees. Oh, hello. I guess if it ever comes up again, we'll have extras. Probably not enough, but we'll have extras. Why is there a cobblestone pillar here? That's weird. Turns out the level 4 raid's already pretty good for getting these. They're scared of me? Well, shouldn't they be? I'm wearing a Lytra and I'm destroying them. Even the Ravagers, just kill them. Ravagers are less scary than Vault Polar Bears. I changed my mind. Victory! Victory for Sovngarde! Alright. Now we can finish our thing. So, next step. I have a lot of crossbows. Banners. Iron Axe was sharp. Wait. Wait. Did you see that? Iron Axe was sharpness. Wait. Wait. This is illegal. That's illegal. Holy! Yo, I found an illegal axe. Does it actually, like, work? Fist damage is 10. Axe damage is 18. I can just use this one that has unbreaking only. Oh, it doesn't do anything. It just looks illegal. Okay, I'm keeping the illegal axe. That is... It's a museum piece. Back in my day, you could enchant your weapons to be stronger. Okay, Grandma, go to bed. Okay. 200 rotten flesh. Bunch of sand. And looks like beetroot seed. Ads are coming up, guys. You won't miss the start of the vault, though. Just hang tight. See you soon. Is that why it's in there? It makes sense. It makes sense it's disabled also. It's just the kind of thing that's funny to collect. You know what I mean? Do I have Banished Soul? Hopefully the -6 levels doesn't affect my XP. Or sorry, doesn't affect my loot. I do want it to affect my XP. And Soul Flame. Okay. My new vault weapon is Iron Axe, low durability with just sharpness 2. Single curse, okay. Works for me. Okay. Regular magnet goes away. Take off the elytra. Okay. We have 2 pickaxes. We got healing. We got backup healing. Blocks. And where's my compass? Compass. No, I think it either starts at 6 levels lower or starts after 6 levels lower. Like, we did a vault that was level 35. And that wasn't even capped. Because, like, so I ran a vault with Surge. And that was definitely at the cap. Because you open the chest and it's like, here's 5 sticks. But then we did one at 35. And that was still like, it felt like half loot maybe. Whatever, we'll see how this goes. Oh, so we should have done 5 levels off. I was bamboozled by L. Hashtag blame L. Let's do a prediction. God, it's just so frustrating. How does this work? I don't know. I heard Iskal talk about it on stream. All right, prediction on how much carbon we're gonna get in this vault. I'm gonna be focusing on normal, like wooden and ornate chests. Place your points down. Let's see what we get. Ye old carbon gamba. I need to upgrade this. It's a bit sad currently. This one's okay, but I could use stack up. This one also needs stack up. We need to make the stack upgrades probably after this vault. We could afford it right now, but eh. Yeah, I noticed that Lemon. It was really sad on Wednesday. Talk about a bug. It was really sad because like I needed for like a scav, I think it was like I needed the coin piles, and it's just like nothing scav item, nothing scav item. Oof, felt bad. Felt really bad. I'll wait for the prediction to go through. Only 4 people want a Gamba? Huh. Surely some other points you want to turn into more points. One would think, Uno, one would think. But I once asked Wutax, hey, did you test this? And he goes, no, that's what your job is. So, yeah. You don't see a prediction? It's going. Really? You don't see it? Yeah, people are predicting. Is Twitch just messing up the predictions today? Oh, man. I'm trying to utilize your channel features, Twitch, but they don't work. Freaking heck. All right, we'll see. Yeah, the gambit ended right now. Let's see what the... Let's see what's this. Slowed? Okay, we can do slowed. South-facing vault. These mobs are gonna hurt today. We're used to playing at lower difficulty, so we'll see. Is that ornates over there? Oh, oh boy, level 44 vault gear. Just what I was hoping for. What's up with the bow skeletons today? Okay, I don't need money. One chest, whatever. Let's just keep going. It could be good, I guess. I see living chests. I see a handful of woodens. Gildeds. We're just gonna pass. I'll take these easy woodens. If Iskall's using it, that means nothing. Iskall is notorious for using something, enjoying it, and then nerfing it after he gets benefit. I hope that they don't leave the button. The button is a bit skillless, if you ask me. Anti what they're going for in Vault Hunters. But hey, maybe I don't know what they're going for. It's just really surprising that they would leave the button for your own pouches, but not for the chest. It feels like a humongous disconnect to me. If it's meant to be there, I guess I'll start using it, but doesn't mean I'll be happy about it. If, like, literally everybody starts using this technique, then it's a forced meta, and then why is it allowed? Or is that just how we're meant to loot in this version of Vault Hunters, maybe? We'll see. Hopefully they, I don't know. Hopefully they remove that button from the vault. I think it'd be better for the game if it was not there. Let's see. Oh no, Elle, you're feeling the allure of darkness. Don't be tempted by the dark side, Elle. I just think the way that it's like, it became a strat, and then everybody started using it shows how overpowered it is. If it wasn't overpowered, then why does literally everybody flock to it? And why do I get comments every single day? Hazel, did you know you can use the button? If it's so balanced, why do I get told this every day? Interesting, Void. Well, I mean, Vault Hunters at its core has always been a pack about a lot of the advancement you make is just like personal skill improvement. And that's just how it is, you know, like part of how you like get faster at looting the vault is you just personally get faster at looting the vault, right? So like at its core, like it kind of sucks to say it, but it's a game about getting good at some level. So it makes sense they don't want to just cater to low skill players and don't encourage them to like develop their skills. But at the same time, they do need to have some kind of mechanics so people can get into the pack. Hotkeys aren't like a playstyle choice. It's just like it just increases the skill ceiling of the pack. Because hotkeys allow for you to be more skillful in the vault, which allows them to increase the difficulty. It's not like a meta. It's not a gameplay choice I'm making. It's just the controls. That's just quality of life, I think. Also, if you're just playing Devil's Advocate but you don't really believe it, why though? Like Devil's Advocate is what you do if you want to just gotcha somebody. Mob traps, dang it. think it's quality of life. But that completely changes how you're able to loot the vault. And it, like, removes all aspects of inventory management. As opposed to the hotkeys. Hotkeys increase the skill ceiling. Because now you have to, like, utilize more buttons. But if you do, you get, like, better results. That button it like skips many portions of the pack and makes it so there's less skill in the vault. It's important to like increase the skill ceiling so that it has longevity. Okay, I think that also a lot of people are complaining that they think that there's not enough config options for this version of Minecraft or Vault Hunters, but why would they add config options for settings they're just testing out, right? That's like a lot of work for them to add settings to everything when they're testing it out in an alpha pack and everything's flexing super hard. So that's reasonably one of the things that would come last in development. After they figure out the pack, after they figure out what people like or don't like, then they add settings and config options. So reasonably that should come later in the life cycle. Otherwise they're spending a lot of dev time and money to add options that are just going to get removed later potentially. So I agree with that. I think if you want a fully customized, fully balanced playthrough, you shouldn't be playing in alpha. Alpha's not about that unless you know what you're doing with the configs. You have to remember, this is not a finished product. This is not like a released game that people paid money for. I think instead of saying, why don't settings exist, this is where you go, hi, Iskal, I think this feature is nice, but it doesn't cater to casual players. Please allow a setting. You know, and then maybe he'll hear it and go, okay, yeah, this is actually good. We need this in the pack, so that everybody's happy. And not just, you know, the elite players. This is cursed. The spawner is fast. Dude, this spawner. Invisible Wraith, why? Alright, this is just cursed. And I think if they want to slow people from progressing, why have they included a button that is like the insta-loot button? I think that's just anti their goals. Yeah, exactly. People are saying, hey, please add this as a setting. Personally, I was kind of with the devs. I don't think that waypoints should really be a thing. I think they've given you options. I don't know. Waypoints were never meant to be in the pack, so like the fact that people wanted it so badly, it's just, I don't know. I've never been a fan of waypoints in the vaults. And I think that they've given you the tools in this pack to mitigate that in the form of the vault compass. I think a lot of people could have just adjusted by utilizing the vault compass and just practicing with it a little bit. A lot of the people I see that have problems, there's like basically two camps of people I've seen complaining about the balance in this pack. The first camp is players who are new who just can't cut the skill, or like they can't get into it because they don't understand what to do. The skill requirements are too tough for them, that kind of thing. The second camp of people is people who played 1.16 and then were upset that they have to like adjust to the new version of the pack. Because it is different, it requires different skills, it requires a little bit of a different mindset than we did last season. And I think a lot of people had troubles adjusting to that. And they're like, blah, rah, 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 I don't feel powerful anymore, I can't use the same tools I did last season, add them back. So I think at some level, like, they gave us new tools to use instead. And people should practice with those tools before demanding the old tools back. Because the Vault Compass is really nice for navigating. It really works. It really helps you not get lost in the vault. And I think a lot of people undervalue that. And it makes me feel like a lot of players who played 116 don't want to engage in mechanics that aren't 116 Vault Hunters, which is a bit toxic for the development. Because they're saying, hey, they're like basically saying, hey, Iskal, I want you to make the same pack again, but with new maps. And that's like, I don't think that's the game they're trying to make. I think they're trying to make a game that's has even more interesting balance and has even more to it. Frick. Oh, there's a bow skeleton. Vault Compass on the hotbar is just a mood. It's super powerful. It lets you navigate really easily. You just have to like have some sense to not be too far from the portal at too low of a timer. Oh, Uno, regarding to what you said, I think that they have a lot of config options for a lot of things. They're just not like... They haven't made a guide as to where they all are, and they haven't made a nice GUI for people to adjust them. And I feel like that's what people are complaining about. Not that there isn't a config, it's that they don't know where the config is. And I totally understand them not giving us a primer every patch. Well, here's the configs we changed. Here's where the numbers are. I think the choice between vault completion and vault looting is an interesting and fun one. Because before it used to be like you just no-brain yourself through the vault. You loot everything super fast. You know where all the obelisks are. It's super easy to complete. Unless you get like RNG'd by needing like drowned parts from a scav, right? That was like the big thing that'll stop you from completing last season. You need drowned parts and you can't find a drown spawner. But that's not really a thing anymore. It's just totally different. New Hunter cooldown hurts, yeah, but you can choose to invest in it. So instead of investing in fighting, or instead of investing in looting, you can choose to invest in your own information about the vault. Hunter has always been very overpowered for the price point, I think. Even last season, it cost you 1 skill point and it gave you all the info. This isn't a pack, and that was in a version of the pack where you get 200 free skill points. Yeah, you can also use teamwork. That's another thing. For the record, I'd go for the ores if I saw any ores that I actually needed. I think it's easy to complain when you have bad RNG, like you can't find living chests, but at the end of the day, if you could complete every vault, it makes completing the vault less exciting. Making your own drown. If you can't... If you can't have homemade drown, store-bought's okay. A lot of mobs. I think scavs are in a way better place this season than last season, personally. Alright, there's too many mobs down here. Isn't worth the time investment to kill him. Looks like we have a couple of high-powered spawners, not worth. Yeah, there's some out year requirements that feels impossible. Like, I think it was yesterday we got a scav that asked for 8 spider webbing spools at level 14. Like, obviously we're not doing that. But that's just a small tweak. I think the system's good. There's just sometimes you get requirements that feel unfair. But that's just a small tweak. Like, when you get something that's in a decent range of requirements, it does feel completable. Even if it means that you have to, like, skip out on some potential loot to look for certain chest types. But again, that goes back to you have to choose to complete or choose to loot. Which is a good choice. You can get all the loot you want, or you can go focus on that crate and the chance of an artifact. Then again, there's also been some scavs that we thought, oh, this is impossible, but then we pulled it out, you know, we clutched it. And that excitement of, oh, this is tough, I don't know about this, but then you make it is quite significant. You don't want to rob people of that joy of like, oh my goodness, I didn't think I could complete this, but I did. Oh, I'm only right next to the portal? Oh, okay. Thought I was further away. I haven't done the speedrun seal yet. That could be interesting. Do they... Okay, this might sound like a bit of a rude question, but do they, work properly? I haven't heard anybody talk about them, which makes me worry that they're, like, actually bugged. Or something. Or perhaps that nobody's tried them and they're actually bugged and nobody knows it. You couldn't put it on a crystal? It's not good. Is this a sizzle? Maximum sizzle, holy crud. I hit a mob trap immediately. Okay. You put the seal on a raw vault rock? Is there a tooltip that explains that? Are you just expected to know that? Patch isn't up, got a pillar. Oh, there's only one wooden chest. Can you believe I'm complaining about there being too many gilded chests in this POI? Shoot. Oh no. Okay, this isn't worth it. It's a good sense of game balance when you're skipping good loot to try to find other decent loot. I'm sure that the chests are actually fairly balanced. You just want different chests at different times. Okay, got a jet. $168 chest looted. Only at 0.2 XP. That's good. I guess the carbon rates are probably slightly limited because we were 6 levels below, not 5 levels below. Only 0.2 XP for 6 levels down? Does that seem low to anybody else? Yeah, Afterlife is 0.5. Are you telling me that I was only going to get 0.4 without Afterlife? For 6 levels below me? Did they make that much harsher? Did they change the numbers on that? I don't remember that you would get that much less. Half of 0.6, that would be 0.3, no? Hey, motherboards. Did they make it additive? That doesn't make sense. Because even then, it's only 0.7 for a 6 level difference. This is not how the numbers worked before. They definitely changed these numbers. Because we've done vaults that are like 5 levels below us and it was like full XP. This means that we are either going to get 0.4, 0.5, or 0.7 before Afterlife. And all of those seem too low. All of those seem like really low compared to what it used to be. They definitely adjusted that and didn't mention it. They're really trying to 0.1 per level? No, there's like a buffers. It used to be like you could go like 4 or 5 levels before it started applying. It used to be you had to go like all the way to like 15 levels below to 14 or 15 levels to get to fully zero. It's not like you do. It's not like you have one crystal from last level and you get 0.9. That's not how it was. So why do they even have a crystal level down mechanic if you get like no XP and no loot? What's the point at this point of leveling down a crystal if you get nothing for it? All right, final count is 453 carbon. Decent amount of carbon, at least. All right, ads are starting. I had to snooze a mid-vault. Do we have a bounty? Oh, no. Silver scrap or vault? I guess we could have done vault essence. Probably would have completed it. I checked my bounties earlier. They did not spark joy. Also, I think they changed it. It says only available bounties can be real. I swear it used to be that you could re-roll your active bounty, but now you can only re-roll it before you activate them. I feel like that's new. I don't think it used to work that way. Also, this is a thing, but this shop kind of feels bad. So yeah. $461 raw carbon. Our chromatic iron is super low. 25 ingots from that vault. Hold on, let me open up my notepad. Can we afford 5 thermal machines? Pulverizer costs 1, 4, 5, 6 each, so that'd be 6 for one, 6 for the second one. But I have to go make the chromatic iron machine. How much does induction smelter cost? 5. Igneous extruder costs 9. Wow, that's expensive. And then the redstone furnace costs 5. %30% plus an additive 50%? They made that harsher. I swear, you didn't used to... 5 levels below you didn't used to be minus 20%. They definitely made that harsher. Yeah, let's see if we can get some free chromatic iron going. Yeah. I just gotta think about how I want to lay this out. How many cables did I buy? 13. I need to visualize this before I know what to... Before I want to commit to buying everything. We made this farm on our test world, but it's gonna be slightly different on this version. I'm not really fussed if they did change the numbers. I just kind of wish that they would tell us. Eight levels down would be a minor loot decrease, but a major XP decrease. Interesting. I feel like that's not what they wanted from this change. Just the grace period's lower as you get higher level? That would... Wow, the helmet almost died. I hate this gear that has, like, no durability. Dude, getting tier 1 durability on level 50 gear sucks! I saw Pete rolling some gear, and he was getting tier 1 durability, and he was, like, pissed off, too. I'm just trying to visualize how I want to lay out the item flow of this factory. Oh wow, you guys are backing up. Soon this will fill up fully. And we'll start getting diamonds again. Actually, well, if we start using the power, it'll back up a lot slower. The hard part is if I want to transfer items, I have to use simple storage. How much cobblestone do we have right now? And how much gravel do we have right now? This will greatly influence my decision of where to start the factory. We have a bit. Fair bit of that as well. Okay. So let's skip the igneous extruder for right now. Okay, so let's start by making a pulverizer. This one's going to be doing the recipe of cobblestone to gravel. This one, which has a bunch of side products. That block of vault diamond, it hurts, but acceptable. These machines cost like 11 vault diamonds. It's a thing. Okay, then we're gonna turn that gravel into flint using induction smelter. Using this recipe. Gravel to flint 1-for-1. This is a place where modular router could really help, because modular routers can convert gravel to flint super fast with no power and no side products. But we don't have that. So we need Invar. Just need the machine frame. Okay. Then we need our main factory loop, which is another pulverizer. Utilizing this recipe to turn chromatic iron into dust boostable. I don't even have enough flint for this. Okay. Okay, and then finally we need redstone furnace. This thing is just a furnace that doesn't use fuel. Actually though, what's the iron augment? Work in progress. Wait. I thought iron furnaces had an augment that made them use RF. Oh, it's this thing. How much does this thing cost? Any forged furnace. Oh, this is right cheap. Oh, this is way cheaper. Okay. We'll just use an iron furnace then. Okay, let's make this. And one of these. Okay. So then we can use an iron furnace. Is the chromatic iron from dust, is that a blast recipe? Hey, Bree!
I'm also there to a full year. Love you, Breezer. Love 3 Zelly. Hug Zelly Queen.
Welcome in, Bree. How you doing? It is close to a full year. You're gonna unlock a new badge that you're not gonna use because you have the founder badge, but you're super close. Thank you so much for all the support, Bree. I really appreciate it. Can we get 11 hearts in chat? One pulverizer with input output on the same side turns cobble into gravel and sand into flint. Interesting. Yeah, that would work, Lemon, but I think I have a I think I have a different item flow in mind. That is interesting though. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Because you can also do the cyclic thing. This thing would work for that too. 11 hearts is a lot. Are you doing something else right now? I'm sorry, are you busy? Get some simple storage stuff. Okay. Oh, we need a root. Have a good lurk, Bree. Thanks for everything. Oh, wait, no, it's just regular link cable. You're too busy to show appreciation to somebody who's a legend in this stream. Unbelievable. I'm trying to use multiple simple storage networks in an attempt to keep lag down. Because the smaller the network, the smaller the lag. It's the bigger networks that are going to start lagging really bad. Okay. So we're going to start with this pulverizer. You will magically receive cobblestone from somewhere. God dang it. Hold on. Stupid, 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 stupid anger birds. Stupid. Who voted for those stupid... Why did Mojang allow such an annoying feature to be voted on? Asking for a friend. Okay, it's probably going to be import. I'll do the input later. So for now, we're going to manually feed this cobblestone. It's going to output this way. Problem is this thing also uses... Okay, so we're going to have to output this way. Filter link. Okay. This is gonna have to deal with all the outputs simultaneously. That's doable. Next up is you. You'll get an import. So the gravel's gonna go in here. It's gonna get turned into flint and slag, everybody's favorite. Then output. I guess it's probably gonna look like this. Okay. And then I don't know how I want to position all this stuff. I think we're gonna have to expand this like area quite a bit. Don't have the out of vault pickaxe. Didn't think I was doing any excavation today. One moment, please. Oh, you know what? While I'm here, grab some of these. Some of this. Okay. All right, let's see. Give me some space. Hello? Huh. They were hiding, and I ruined it for them. So let's build on the other side as well. So then we're gonna have pulverizer, input, output, input, output. And then finally this furnace, input, output. This. And we need one of these in the system. Okay. Input, output. Okay, now we just have to set up the item flow properly. So I'm gonna start with you here. You know what? Hold on. 1, 2, 3 integral components needed. Let's go make those. I'm gonna need these pulverized diamonds here in a bit. These things are annoying to make. More of this needed, huh? Huh? God, how much invar do you go through using thermal series? It's kind of a lot. Okay. I need a bunch of signalum. Yeah, out of electrum as well. Out of fire charges. Out of blaze. Okay, let's go get some blaze rods. Still haven't come up with a blaze solution yet. Luckily, we can just go kill some. With looting, it's not that bad. It's so weird that I always take damage when I come in here. Imagine if the vault spawners were this slow. Am I spawning in the roof? Maybe? I'm not sure. There's like plenty of space there. That's the weird thing. Like, there should be enough space. I wonder if the waystone is maybe oriented in a weird way. It's trying to put me in a wall, then it pushes me out to the nearest open space or something. Or if I am spawning on the roof, I don't know why. Maybe it just spawns you up high, then you fall down for some reason. Two blocks clear above. Interesting. Potato soup? I could go for some potato soup. Does anybody want to come deliver me some potato soup? Thanks in advance. 36 rods? That's pretty good. That should fix it. What did I run out of now? Wait, hold on. Gunpowder. Wait, no, we have gunpowder. Someday I have to hook this up to the main system. That's fine, El. I will eat your mediocre soup. It'll be fine. I'll just be happy to have it. One, two, three. This is what the crushed diamonds are for. See how close it is to completing that task. Whoops. There's no filters on that system. I just don't have a pulverizer set up for general use yet. That's like a future me thing. Need some lumium gears. We need some lumium in general. Wait, hold on, I didn't make enough. Oh, not that one. I really should set up... Last season we had like an induction smelter set up for all these. That would be nice if we could get a bit more beefy on the power gen. Hardened glass? Where is it? This one. Okay. This will speed everything up considerably. Alright, so this makes all this stuff, which is available through this simple storage thing. Why aren't you touching? That's sus. Maybe if I update the cables. Well, I guess we'll see. Might have to replace some of these cables. Touches that. Hold on. That's what I want. I noticed that these things, they can only connect to one inventory. It doesn't matter if there's multiple next to them, they will only connect to one of them. Also, there doesn't appear to be a way to influence which inventory they connect to, except for having one available, then placing the other one. It seems pretty, like, it just chooses what it wants to connect to. Okay, so... Flint needs to be sent to... here. High priority. Huh? So simple store is just not like thermal? Let's try using the red cables. Immersion blenders are nice. Talk about like a time saver. Welcome, Miss Bud. How you doing? We were just talking about making soup out of you. We'll see if Flint makes it over. Yo, why does it just keep disconnecting from this machine? Oh, this is a problem. Is auto output on? Does it have to be? This one doesn't have it, and it works. Maybe it doesn't like being so next to another inventory? Is it just visual? If it was just visual, then why... Oh, this is an export cable. Hold on. Yeah. So if it's just visual, why is the gravel not going in here? It should take this, import all the contents, and export the flint to here. But why is it not working? Let's try using the filtered insert cables. No, simple store is the same as everything. Import means import. It says it clearly. Import into the network versus or export. Let's see. In my testing, Lemon, like, it hasn't needed it, but if it's inconsistent, that would make sense. Oh, no. There seems to be some weirdness between these two mods. Okay, let's see. Filtered import. So let's explicitly say, I want to move Flint. Okay. Let's try using a purple cable. I want you to store it here. Store Flint. Okay, that works. Okay, so you will store gravel. Allow. High priority. Are you on high priority? High priority. Okay. You will be allowed to also export gravel. Okay, this is working. Seems to filtered import to filtered link works. Oh, we can do it like this. So I feed this cobblestone. Gravel moves over. Flint goes to here. Well, it will. So you're also gonna move. Let's be explicit about every little connection here. Flint, allow. So we should get even more flint in here now. Okay, good. Okay, so now we need some chromatic iron in here to seed the system. Should have brought some with me. The system is not going to be fast, but it will be AFKable, so that's what's important. Plus, we can start up. We can add a few upgrades later, depending on how much power we want to spend. Okay, so you're gonna start pulverizing this with the flint, and sometimes it'll give us more than one. Sometimes. Like, what intent should give us a second one? Yeah, there's 28 in this thing now. So we put 26 in, right? We got 28 out. So that's just the crux of the farm. It's not the most efficient thing in the universe, but it sure will work. Okay. So we're going to import the chromatic iron dust to the system. Where it will be stored here. With high priority. Okay. And, oh wait, I forgot you have to do the... and get cooked. Now, I'm worried that the iron furnace itself is not fast enough. But we can replace this with like a gold furnace or something if needed. Or we could use a speed upgrade, but then it would use twice the power. So probably just upgrading the tier furnace would be the play. Okay. So now you will output to the right, where we will import chromatic iron ingots, which will then be exported into this machine. Cool. This is a lot slower than the pulverizer is, even with... yeah, we have to upgrade this. I don't know how fast it's going to have to be. That's a bit of an open question. So cook time of 120. Cook time of... let's try diamond furnace maybe. Really don't want to increase the power requirements. This should have the same amount per item of... okay. Input, output. This only works for chromatic iron because for some reason, the chromatic iron, when you crush it down in the pulverizer, it says boostable. But from my testing, there's nothing else that's boostable like that. So let's look at the pulverizer recipes. This is not boostable. This is not boostable. Yeah, you can boost ores, but usually you can't boost when you crush down an ingot or a gem. So, like, you can't boost an emerald. Can't boost glowstone. Can't boost lumium or invar. No, it's like, it's just a really weird oddity with the chromatic iron, and I don't know if it's actually intended, but it sure is something that makes thermal series more interesting, that you can use it to generate chromatic iron. So it doesn't feel like overpowered to me or anything. Dowski knows about it. Has he commented on it? Has he confirmed if it's like intended? Like a month ago? So he's had time to change it. It's like a one-line change. Looks like the diamond furnace is still slower than the pulverizer. So I'll spend more steel to upgrade this further. Well, honestly, I don't think it's overpowered, considering you have to get thermal series and spend power on it, you know? I think that's a pretty good balancing factor for this. It's definitely not the biggest infinite generation in a modded thing I've seen. So this is twice as fast as it was before. Crystal furnace is where it starts to hurt with the vault diamonds. And if we're gonna spend a vault diamond block, there's not really a point making this version. Wait, where did all that chromatic iron go? Oh. I have a way to remove the slag? Yeah, I do. We do get slag from the induction smelter here. And I do have a way to remove that. Basically, my plan is... Here, I'll show you. Since the slag itself is not useful... Like, you can use it to make... I guess you can use it to make concrete. Actually, that's not so bad. Actually, concrete's not bad. But we can have infinite gravel from this anyway, so that's not really that great. Oh, you can craft dirt out of sand. But that requires this compost stuff. I don't even know how you get that stuff. Is Podzol still on the altar? And that also requires this compost stuff. I don't know how to get compost. Thermal compost. Thermal series compost. You can use it to make hummus. This doesn't look the right version. Wait, is there a book? Is it Thermalpedia in here? Oh, let's go make that. Dude, hummus is 10 out of 10. Have we made Crescent Hammer? Okay, well that thing's good anyway. Okay, acceptable cost. It looks like any gear, so we'll do iron gear, I guess. Something cheap. Thermal batch composter. Oh, okay. Well, I still want the book either way. A lot of people are upset because they're like, they look at this recipe and they go, wow, this crescent hammer is really expensive for that. But it's one of those recipes where the item is not consumed. Okay, and then we have an Akashic Tome. Okay. Am I blind? RIP Capacitato. Not in the pack. So how does this thing work? Alright, I'm curious now. Alright, game, you have my attention. Yeah, because it doesn't cost a machine frame. Let's just try this out and see how it works. Produces compost. Items have varying effectiveness. Hold on. Do I have work block? Work block normally is a 50-50 in a composter. Oh yeah, you should definitely use a cache tome for all your books. It wasn't in the last version of the pack, but it is in this version. It's cheap. Costs a bookshelf. Can I look at the recipes in JEI? Has no recipes in JEI. Oh, there it did one. Stuff can be used to make mycelium podzol dirt. But we're gonna have to compost a lot of stuff to even get to those recipes. Did I retain any carbon? No. Put in different items? Sure, let's try that. Cactus, carrot, pumpkin, glowberries. Oh, it does all of the slots at once. So hold on, you can just do this then. It's kind of messed up all over. So that's the batch part, is that it does all 9 of these slots at once. Okay. Interesting. What are our ways to generate dirt? Yeah, I'll use this. Normally I use this to make dirt, but we don't have mechanism. I don't have any plans for mechanism. This is kind of our only way to generate dirt out of nothing. I think the rods are missing. Oh, this one's here. So yeah, we can use this. But this is like one at a time using mana. I don't think it does it. I don't think it does an AoE, does it? But we can give it to a living wood avatar. Hey, GD. Yeah, this is just one block at a time. At that point, if I'm just gonna farm it one block at a time, I feel like I might as well just use a shovel. I feel like this is kind of interesting, but without like a phytogenic feeding it, I don't know how helpful this is. Or maybe like a lot of dedicated botany pots, but the botany pots are slow. Botany pots operate like at like 1 per minute kind of rates. I have to do something about our helmet. Let's just go with my plan A. I'll save the slag, and I'll decide later how much of it I want. This has been running the whole time, huh? Like we have 46 in the system now. Are you still chill? You're still chill. How's the power looking? Keeping up? Oh no, it's getting used up. How much power are we using? 80 per tick. 80 per tick. 80 per tick. I forget how much this uses per item. I think their Curse Force paste says. I thought it did. Oh, down here. There's a wiki. Placeholder. What a great page. I guess we're just not allowed to know. This looks like a work in progress. $1,600 power per item. Maybe this was a mistake. How long does it take for this thing? Yeah, see, this thing's taking like, oh no, it takes 1,600. But we can reduce that cost in the thermal one. Okay. Well, it's okay for now, I guess. Just gonna use up our power, which we have a lot of it. I could also swap this out for the. Because this thing is good, but it's not good when you're not capping out your power. This is also going down over time. Well, I guess that's because this isn't... Once this buffer fills up, it'll get a lot more. Alright, so let's set up the output for this whole system. So this farm produces more stuff than we have cables for. 6 enough? Let's make more just in case. I used up all my link cables. Hold on, I need more of those. How else am I supposed to trade my Bulbasaur? I want a Charmander. Okay, so we store excess gravel, of which there's currently none to filter it with. The sand can go here. The slag can go here. I was kind of wondering the same thing, Skunky, like... A lot of people here are probably born after, like, link cables were, like, a thing. So the slag, the plan is just to put a void upgrade in here so it never backs up ever. The sand is... Hopefully we'll just produce enough chromatic iron before the sand is a thing. So eventually this will fill up to 64 of the chromatic iron dust. And when it does, this will fail to output dust once this fills up. So at what point are we... I guess... So I guess the way this works is... I put chromatic iron ingots in a drawer. You'll export chromatic iron ingot at medium priority. So when the system backs up, hopefully the excess chromatic iron will be sent here. Hopefully that works. Might have... I'm worried about this furnace setup. Hopefully it backs up properly. I might have to redesign this. And I think this is everything that this farm produces. And then ultimately we could hook up all 4 of these, like, on the bottom side to the main stable storage network. Do it to the drawer. I guess what we could actually do, this will be even simpler. We could just do this, right? You now export left automatically. And you import from the right. Oh wait, hold on. This is backwards. Oh, you'll have to get the flint from a different location then. Okay, hold on. So you go here. You get bound to this now at a different location. You import from the right and... Oh, hold on. We're gonna output up, import, import, auto import. Flint goes there. With high priority. Dust. It's... Yeah, okay. Think this works? Hopefully eventually it just backs up here. I'm worried that it won't, though, unless this is running faster than this. I know the Flint will eventually back up. I know the sand will eventually back up. Well, actually, I don't know if the Flint will back up. Why is the slag not being pulled? You're not allowed to pull slag, that's why. Okay, so slag is gonna get stored in here automatically. Sand is also not allowed yet. I think that's all the connections we need. Starting with Pokemon Blue, solid choice. I spent way too much time playing Pokemon Blue as a child. Way too much. Like, actually way too much. So we are slowly generating this stuff. I'm worried about the power flow. This is taking quite a lot of power per tick. Currently, this thing's configured to only make 480 per tick under optimal circumstances. So considering this is already infinite and AFKable, I kind of want to adjust that. So we can increase the efficiency of these machines. What happens if you do 1.1 times 0.9? Slightly less, okay. So that means that 1 flux linkage amplifier and 2 flux efficiencies will end up with less power and more speed at the cost of vault diamonds. Like 3 per machine. That seems acceptable. Yeah, let's go set that up. I feel like this emerald furnace is a mistake, though. I feel like the redstone furnace would be more... It's gonna be better if we switch to redstone furnace. We'll just have to use this emerald furnace for something else. I don't know what. And yeah, I know we're wasting steel on this. I know I spent a lot of steel on this, but... Either we'll find a use for it, or maybe we'll simply sell it to somebody. How much does redstone furnace cost in steel? Okay, we can afford it. Whew. That was a close one. Actually, you know what we can do right now? We can fill this drawer with cobblestone as a makeshift until we get our cobble generator up. Don't have the steel to do cobble generation right now. Wait. Where did I get infested cobblestone? That's weird. The quark spawner mobs? Oh, I probably didn't even notice it was infested. Interesting. I should just started by making this thing. Okay, so we're gonna need integral components for that thing. So many things to make. Okay. And then we want all these flux thingies. So we need 4 of this one. 8 of these gears. I'm out of lead. Oh, that's annoying. I guess one of the machines just doesn't get upgraded. Also, we need to make electrum plates. We need 8 of these. Let's get out our multi-servo. I think you could make this with the crate bunker. No, you actually can't. Interesting. Have to use this thing. Interesting. Last season, there were so many options for all these things. A lot of these recipes seem to have been removed. I'm not sure if it was the pack author or the mod author or what. All right, multi-servo for now. You know what? You can have this while we're using it. Makes you 4 times faster. Pretty worth. Do we need any plates for this? Oh, we need lumium plates. Okay, and we need to make, of the efficiency thing, we need 8 of them, so we need 16 lumium plates. Out of glowstone? No, we're not. Okay. Am I out of nickel as well? Well, that's annoying. Wait, can I boost this somehow? It is boostable. Whatever. I'm like skins on everything. We have no automation set up. This is pretty tough this season. So I can make 4 of these efficiency things. Okay. We have to do just vanilla mining session. Just off in the world looking for lead and nickel and other thermal series stuff. It's probably worth getting into ore boosting at some point. But we're kind of, we don't have the steel to really set up a automated facility. And we don't have like really powerful power gen. I guess if it's not an always on thing, we could just crank up the speed to the max and just let it like rock and roll when we have ores. Because this battery holds a lot. It holds 72 million. Alright, let's do this. Let's craft these up. Let's craft up what we can. Oh, geez, these are 2 vault diamonds a pop. Yikes. Okay, this is all we have, huh? Okay, you know what? This is what it is. Simply is what it is. Give me that back. Hammering or excavating pickaxe. You know what the problem is with that, Skunky? Cost steel. So you're gonna go... Wait, not there. You go here. Input, output, auto. Wait, wrong machine. Input, output, auto. Okay, let's do efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. So we're using a bit less power now. Really need that next flux efficiency. Wait. 80? It takes more with this configuration? Oh, that's not good. Apparently these multipliers don't work like I thought they would. That's weird. This is using like 50% more. Wait, this thing is doubling the process energy. Look at this. It's not 1.1x, it's 2 times. Oh wait, no, it's... Oh wait. It's because it's going twice as fast. That's all it is. Okay, never mind. Never mind, never mind. We're good. This is gonna eat up a lot of power until these drawers are full. But then we'll have a stockpile of like 2,000 of each of these materials. Oh, power generation. Might have to upgrade you, but you cost steel, friends. Maybe I'll have to buy a gas burning generator set up off Fuji when he gets it all together. For what it is, it's affordable. We need a gas burning generator. A pressurized reaction chamber. Crusher. So with 3 machines, we could just like take our power and multiply it by like 150 times. Not even exaggerating. Okay, so yeah, so before there was a problem where this thing was faster than this thing, and so the moment that this thing was done, it would auto replace the input, and then this thing would be so fast that it would automatically accept it, and then we'd have a backup in the form of the iron dust. But because now the redstone furnace is faster, we're gonna have a backup in the form of chromatic iron ingots. Oh wait, I didn't bring that cobblestone drawer. So I'll use all this cobblestone to fuel it for now. I guess we could also just pump all of our gravel into the system currently, and then if the next altar requires cobblestone or gravel, we'll just cry, I guess. Hey, Damon. Also, we don't have that much cobblestone, right? 7 stacks. It's just a decent amount. That's so good, Spud. I've had the worst relic luck, like, ever. I only have one import cable. Hold on. Back and forth, over and over again. Oh, jeez. This is where refined storage would be really nice. Because then I could just have wireless. Push a button, open the thing. No, the system doesn't work with the links. The way the system is set up, everything is... It imports to a link. If you have a link, it's not going to transfer it to another link. There's probably other ways to set it up, yeah. Let's see, this thing's like full of gravel now. This thing's full of cobblestone. Cool. It'll run for a while, and then eventually this will fill up. We have 25 ingots right now that we've produced at actually more than that. We only fed at, what, 26 to start? You've already made like a stack. And once we get the once we get more steel, we can get the cobblestone fully automated. I just hope... How much power is this taking? 80... 144... Well, they'll stop eventually if they back up. We do need that void upgrade on the slag, though. Big, important. This is gonna require some maintenance. Nothing we can't handle. Once this fills up, though, it'll be a lot better. We'll see how the rates are. Though I really want... We need to upgrade that dynamo. I think. The system can keep up with a dynamo running at full speed. Okay, hold on. Let's empty our inventory a bit. So let's, I have the thing. I just swapped it out for the other one so we wouldn't be wasting diamonds. Yeah, the void upgrade's fine, but I didn't retain any carbon for it. So we'll have to go get that from the vault. Pop you out, pop you in. It's gonna produce a lot faster. It's gonna use the diamonds faster as well, and less efficiently. But you can see we make 640 now, so... 140, wait, 144. 280. 480-ish. It was close either way. Okay, cool. Where the heck do you get basalts? Is there an easy way to farm them? Because I know it comes from the mob, the basalts mob. I used to just get it so much of that stuff for free from a mechanical dirt farm. I don't know if there's like an easy way to actually farm them in this season. There's not a spawn egg for them, so you can't use cages or spawners. Yeah, I don't think there's a really easy way to farm them unless we just go build like a... Like, we'd have to, like, go place mega torches in a basalt delta. Make a spawn room that, like, uses dark utilities to just murder everything. So I think if we look at the spawn eggs... So, like, if you look at the dolphin egg, for example, it says the vault colon passive egg. And if you look at Guardian, it says the vault colon hostile egg. That's because any of the eggs that you can get from the mystery eggs have a tag associated with them. Elite Enderman? Wait. There's an Elite Enderman? I could have gone my whole life without knowing that. Basal's does not have either tag. So Basal's is not available through the mystery eggs. We'll need like creative mode or an operator just to give it to us. Yeah, I don't think there's a really easy way to farm Basals without just setting up a humongous farm in the Basalt Delta. Do it above the roof. Let's see if we can find any info about how Basals spawn. Basals spawn in mountainous and or barren biomes such as extreme hills. Yeah, this is 116. I feel like 1.18 mods, they just don't have a lot of wiki support, unfortunately. Doesn't even mention the nether. Yeah, there's just not info. Good night, Nurbe. Thanks for hanging out. Lemon, I'm sorry that somebody traumatized you. I don't know how else such evil would be born in this world. I like the idea of using Basal's powder to increase your Basal's rates. It's funny. But yeah, we have to make like a farm in the nether. Which is not really... Vault Fighter... What do you mean? Why did they have... What do you mean? Vault Fighter number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... What? Yo, Vault Fighter number 7 is my favorite. Tag yourself. I'm Vault Fighter number 2, though. Oh, there's the cows. Oh, there's actually up to 9? I've definitely seen them in the nether, yeah. So yeah, if we go to a basalt delta, go above the nether roof there. Make a big spawning platform. And I spend a ton of Larimar on vector plates. Maybe we could get something to work. It's not they're not a snowman, okay? They're called Snow Dude. Get it straight. There's an elite witch? Ugh. That's nasty. Yo, imagine if you could get the Stoneling spawn egg. Imagine. Apparently witches appear in the from mob traps at higher levels, and then they hit you with poison that lasts 45 seconds. Apparently that's a real thing. I've seen high level players, they run around with the honey bottles on their inventory because like you have to cleanse the poison. Alright, well I think either way we need some more steel. But before we can get some steel, we need a vault rock. Quick before it uses all the gravel. I still have 3 stacks of gravel, please. Okay, whew. Extra 26 chromatic iron in that meantime, though. $51 pork chops. Looting sword, get some carrots. Hello, piggies, I'm coming for you. Thank you for your sacrifice. All right. Copper. You get so much copper in the vault. And some potatoes. There's one more elephant in the room before we can go into the vault, though. Well, first of all, oh wait, we have a thing to roll. Oh, we also have to empty this. Wait, no, I want that sleeping bag. Oh, great. Actually, I'll keep the phantom memory while I'm at it. Trader elephant? Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Epic axe? Dude, and it's axe 7! Who doesn't love axe 7? Alright, here we go. Let's see what it is. Well, that's poopy. Nearly minimum tier 2 damage roll. It's probably not even worth the fundamental focus. Alright, our helmet is a problem. That is 36 durability out of a maximum of 400. All of our helmets are like no durability. I guess this one has a max of 700. This could roll decent. It has has the chance. Let's look at this one. My question is, do we have alloy? Well, we can make alloys in the new recipe. How much paintite do we have? Not an infinite amount. Let's use this recipe for now. Gated on chromatic iron. Okay. Well, we're fixing that. We're in the process of fixing that. It's not better than what we already have. Oh, that's pretty nice. Healing efficiency. How do we feel about healing efficiency? Is it worth not having like 2 hearts to have healing efficiency? This adds like 0.4 healing to my heal skill. You know everything you need to know about it. It gives you 9% bonus healing. The numbers are right there in front of your face. We're basically losing 2.5 hearts to put it on. But we get like an extra nearly half a heart per heal. I like the mana regen on this gear as well. I love that you can hold shift on here now to see like what they gave exactly. That's like a huge quality of life increase. This would also boost the potion. We'd be running with 21.5 hearts with this helmet. I'm on the fence. Wait, what is it? Vanilla diamonds. The healing efficiency again. And then we're out of alloy. Scrappy helmets are kind of interesting. This only has tier 1 durability. 451. This one at least has tier 3 durability. I definitely don't want 6% healing efficiency. That's definitely too low. Ten armor though. I mean, 10 armor is what we were rocking before. Missing CDR and stuff. Maybe we can mess with this one a little bit. 7%? Okay. No. More armor? It's not enough. No. Kind of like that. Item quantity is really nice. It helps with carbon. I feel like item quantity, you especially feel it on items that are already high quantity. I think we can rock this until we generate more alloy. I don't think it does, Fusty. It doesn't affect the healing cloud. It affects how the healing cloud affects you. Let's do this one. Okay, we need to enchant this as well. We need emeralds. We need Unbreaking, Aqua Affinity, Respiration. Rainbow Scuba Mask? I'm down. I don't think it would affect your group heal, but it would affect it, I think, if somebody hit you with a group heal. Which is pretty good. I think Rainbow is awesome. That's kind of my vibe, yeah. Just farm some of this stuff up really fast. Why am I doing it in here? Should just do it like this. This is like way faster. These hotkeys are busted. What's the hotkey by default? I don't know. I immediately rebound mine. I don't remember what the default is. I think it's control something. Also, if you're gonna set the hotkey though, make sure you do the compress all hotkey and decompress all. You don't want the item or stack. You want the one that says all. Okay, so we need to edit this crystal. I guess we'll try going down 5 levels this time. Oh, we need some diamonds. Let's grab some diamonds from the farm. Eventually, we'll have to get all this thermal series area hooked up to the simple storage with the for the main storage. Until then, we'll just walk over here. I guess it's not a big deal. We'll see how much XP we get for this one. Hopefully it's as minimal as possible. Out of levels? Oh, come on. Oh, wrong one. What was I looking at? I was looking at something that was like... something to do with experience. Wait, can the accumulator suck up XP? What was I looking at? I was thinking of something to improve that XP farm, but it's whatever. Single curse. Okay. All right, we're gonna go ham on carbon again. That's the plan. And I gotta use the restroom first. So BRB. Appreciate all you for hanging out. Stick around. We'll have more vaulting coming up. All right, welcome back. Ready, set, vault. Triple monolith. What's the modifier? Weakened. Okay, that's a little bit annoying. West facing. I don't find gambas interesting when there's only like 2 people who want a gamba in a day. We have to wait around for 2 minutes for like 3 people to put points in. It's like whatever. If you guys want gambas, participate in the gambas. Also, if you want gambas, tell Twitch to fix the freaking gambas on mobile. Don't care about money right now. I am hard focused on carbon. Frick. Having to pillar a lot more often really does slow me down in the vault, let me tell you. Fuji had a good theory as to what happened. He thinks that programmers out here will know what I'm talking about. That the holiday season ended, and as such the holiday code freeze ended. And then a bunch of people pushed a bunch of updates, and it just kind of been borking Twitch in general, like, all month. Twitch has had some sussy behavior, like, all month. It's not just you, it's just sussy in general this month. That's basically it, yeah. Coders come back from holiday break, and they're like, cracks knuckles, can't wait to destroy this website. Let's just push it straight to production, why not? What needs testing? If Vault Hunters doesn't need testing, neither do we. That's what Twitch said, I heard it. It's tough when like you get the double spawners like right next to each other. It's really hard to be quick about it. Because normally like the strat is like get in, get out really quickly before the spawner goes off a second time. But when there's two spawners, that's not so... Oh god, this weekend sucks. Okay, watch the spider. Spider's being an idiot. Okay, both spiders are down for the count. January's already the month where it's like, they're like, there's not like advertisers right now anyway. Might as well just destroy everything. Who cares about the fact that their streamer's livelihood is on the line? Who would care about something silly like that? Can't get past that bit rate? That might be your internet, Pink Surfy. Is anybody else having quality issues? Dude, this weekend sucks. It's like super noticeable. It might not be that your internet sucks. It could be that your that like the connection your internet takes to get to Twitch sucks, which is different. Yeah, you're not getting ads because they don't have ads to show you. All the advertisers blow their load in December, and then they're too broke to advertise in January, so they don't. Which is good for viewers, bad for content creators, because, you know, if people don't watch the ads, I don't get paid for them. Yeah, you should be getting like 5k from me. My bitrate's about 5k. That's what I broadcast at. That's unfortunate. Dude, these mobs hurt. Why does it feel like the mobs are so much more damaging than just the last vault? Lost Vault felt so much more manageable. Oh great, I wasted my... Went to do potion, not bucket. Okay, well, RIP chocolate. Yo, hello? Actually, this entire vault, why is there so many mobs? It feels like every spawner is just like juiced up. I'm weakened, but it doesn't make the mobs hit harder. It's the damage incoming that I'm like commenting on. Don't tell me the mob damage is based on the themes themselves and they messed up the scaling. I mean, I guess this vault is literally one level higher than the last one, but that shouldn't make a noticeable impact, should it? Is level 44 really just that much easier than level 45? No, this vault, it should be level 45, not 50. If it was 50, you'd see tier 3 mobs. Oh, great. I don't know what we're gonna do about dash. Because you can't really push the dash cooldown up without, like... Oh, this is tough. We're back into the I can't get enough mana on my gear problem. And if mobs are gonna be hurting like this badly... Still gotta be like super tanky. This isn't even my full level. This isn't even with tier 3 mobs. So basically get lucky on gear or perish. There's so many mobs in this vault. It feels like there's just so many of them. Is there like a spawner threshold we just hit? Level 45, the spawners go crazy. Like, this vault actually feels different than the last one in terms of difficulty. And it's a 1 level difference out of 40, you know, like... It doesn't exactly make the most sense in the world. About to get pincered here. Maybe I need to try to get more ornate vaults, or ornate chests rather. Is my trash bag not on? Hold on. Oh, that explains a lot. That slime just did 3 damage to me. Like, I don't know. Maybe my armor's too low, but I don't know. I got like tier 4 armor rolls. I feel like we're still in the you need maximum tanky meta. So how are we supposed to put Ben on our gear if we need maximum tankiness? Unless you just get lucky with like epics and omegas. How am I even supposed to get higher tier gear if proficiency isn't there? Like, I'm not crazy, right? It feels like there's more mobs in this vault. At least the mana shield's putting in work. This vault feels like actually like 10 levels harder than the last one. Instead of 1 level different. Like, what in the world? It's not like I have a crappy weapon. This thing is maximum damage tier 3, which is like the highest I can get. Quadruple chaining. I get that I'm weakened, but that's only like 2 damage off. Yeah, but when you have scrappy gear, you have to choose between resistance or health, you know? And the health is more survivability and one-shot prevention. I hate it when you're pillaring and the mobs just like jump on your face. Oh, this is a bad vault. I'm doing terrible this vault. Last vault I was skating. This vault I'm like dying. I'm dying Squirtle. So like, you have to like pillar super far away so they don't jump on your face. Oh my goodness. So it's really important to have cooldown reduction and health and mana and resistance. By the way, you can pick 3 of these. I've been getting nothing but scrappies when I craft gear, so that's probably a problem. I get it that I've unalived and lost some of my better gear. This is kind of tough. And then without the ability to, I don't know. This is where the lack of being able to like scale down like crystals to get your loot back, the comeback mechanic isn't there. So if I want to continue, I just have to press on at my level, run conservative vaults, and just pray that I get the materials over time. Dear God. Look how many mobs there are. Did the spiders not cap out? Oh my God. Also, I turned on mana shield, but they hit me through it because I ran out of mana. I hope they really look at the numbers for this patch and really do a big tweaking. I think the part that feels the worst is that we waited so long for this patch just for it to feel punishing. Like, oh boy. I can see why hype for this game is at an all-time minimum right now. Don't worry, I can tell you guys are less hype about it than you were before. All I have to do is look at, like, any of your favorite streamers' view counts, and you can tell. Yeah, my gear is definitely not where it needs to be. My gear's just not keeping up. And this is not even with tier 3 mobs. Tier 3 mobs will probably tear me apart. Oh my god. Okay, that was on me. I still feel like this Forge version changed something about the movement though. Jumping is different, I swear to god. Well, when we get more chromatic iron from the machine, we'll do some more crafting and hope that we can get something a bit more substantial. That has resistance and cooldown reduction, and mana, and health. It's so hard to get the gear you want when you need, like, every modifier. I guess I get into the chase for it, but man, it's tough. Depends on how you're gathering it, dented pockets. It's gonna take a while with the thermal series. But this is like a after stream, I'll just go AFK for a while kind of situation. Only have 6 minutes left. I feel like I haven't looted anything. Next vault, I guess we'll try the -6 levels again and see if it, like, if we just got lucky on the one vault or if it's, like, actually a thing that, like, level 45 sucks. I simply can't generate enough mana this fall. This is tough. Dude, if they would just stop giving me tier 1 durability on gear that's level 50, that would go a long way. It sucks when you get a great piece of gear and it's useful for like 2 vaults before you have to repair it. Oh boy, a weapon. That's not... what I need. Oh, I see a xenium here. This is a pretty big one. That's a lot of Benny. I don't think that's the problem, Scuba, because they can just scale the mobs to wherever they want. It's not the gear's an issue, it's the mob scaling's an issue at that point. Because like if you don't have protection, they just make every mob do 4 to 5 times the damage or less damage, and it evens out. It depends. It's on a stat by stat basis, Fusty. Some of the stats it changes. Some of the stats it doesn't really. Yeah, the gear crafting RNG feels a bit punishing. Like when it's in your favor, you feel great, but the moment you fall behind, it's tough times. That's how it feels to me anyway. Like if you fall behind on gear, it's like a negative spiral until you get lucky. Because like when your gear is not as good, you get less stuff from the vault, which means you can craft less gear, which means your gear is less good. Repeat ad nauseum. Crud. Can you stop trapping me in the same POI? The game had player mitigation against randomness. It was run at lower level faults. But then they nerfed that too. I guess they just want you to suffer and have bad falls until you get better stuff. And that's why the crystals are cheap, because you need as many of them as you can get your hands on. This fault is so bad compared to the last one. That's why some of the streamers are playing on easy mode. They won't tell you that, but some of the streamers are playing on easy mode. $115 chests. Could be a lot better. That's like 50% less chests than the vault before it. 358 carbon. I guess we still walked out with a decent amount of carbon. $150 durability damage. A tier 1 piece of armor can have 400 durability, meaning that it could literally just last 2 vaults. Yikes. Actually, yikes. Cool. A useless axe. Alright, well I borked the chocolate, so we need to go get new chocolate. The recipe for chocolate is milk, sugar, and cocoa beans. Off to Reese's, because he has create and nobody else does. Or we need to sleep first. I feel like I'm worried that my gear's just literally not good enough for a level 50 vault. Is this the right way? Yeah. This place is so janky. So you put milk, sugar, cocoa beans, feed the blaze. Oh, I have a magnet on. It's like, why is it not? Hurry before the blaze runs out. What happened to the cocoa beans? The cocoa beans disappeared. Wait, how did I miss with like 2 of them? How's that even a thing? I threw them as a stack. And we have chocolate. I swear that this version of Forge is fricked up somehow. I don't know what it is. Everything feels funky. Alright, chocolate restored. Look how many blocks we're using in a vault. Oh my goodness. I just got a pillar everywhere because like if you miss the dash, then it's like not only did you waste your money, take like you waste so much time. Can't dash it out if the mobs hurt you pretty hard. Wow, I don't know. Maybe I have to get good at dashing. But if they're expecting for the tall POVs or POIs rather, if they're expecting players to nail the dash every time, there's a handful of players who can do that. What else? Why is there no flint? Oh, we emptied out some. Okay. So we need that cobblestone genning. We've already burned through all this material. Got it. Okay. Is this why they give us unobtainium? Because they know that we're going to need 8 million building blocks in the vault? I miss pearls. Alright, we need igneous extruder. Actually, first thing we're gonna... Okay, we're gonna craft up the carbon. And then we're gonna make a single void upgrade first. Okay. Then we'll spend the rest on steel. We can make at least one igneous extruder. Let's do one of these. One of these. One of these. Requires some of this. Okay. So we're start with the cobblestone. I need a building block. Metal trapdoors are... Wait. They default to that orientation? That's not gonna fly. I want an opaque trapdoor that fits the theme and also can be up without a redstone signal. It's not a laundry list at all. Sure, we'll just use these ones. Oh, we need a bunch of simple storage stuff. So I was thinking like we could put the extruders over on this side. Yeah, we just need more space here. I'll expand this platform, but I'm not feeling motivated at the moment. Definitely in the mood to build it now, make it pretty later, which is dangerous. So I want there to be space here, so maybe let's see. Start on this side. It's too cramped. Alright, this thing takes water and lava. It just produces cobblestone at really high speed, actually. I did bring a drawer. I'm probably gonna have to rejig all these machines. I'm not sold on the positioning on everything, but we'll get it functional at least. You can even boost the extruder with the integral components, which is kind of crazy. It's already so fast, it's like 1 a second. But with integral components, it's like 4 a second. It's like actually kind of cracked. Okay, we will import. We're gonna store cobblestone here. With medium priority. And then we're gonna make a cable that leads over to this network. I'll be honest, this biome is pretty. It is so annoying to build in. Building anything is just like so annoying. There's just so much crap in your way all the time. Like, honestly, it's terrible. Hello? Can I place a cable? Oh my goodness. Do you have like a weird hitbox or something? Hey, see. I can do it this way. Way out of cables. Okay. Pretty matters? I don't know. It's pretty rage-inducing to end up with like 18 different flowers in your inventory. Like, I cleared out a small hill. I have grass, dirt, stone, 3 different flower types. Mixed flowers sounds great until they're in your inventory. They just cost chromatic iron, don't they? Okay, so this will fill up the system with cobblestone, which will allow the flint to propagate through, which will allow us to actually generate chromatic iron. I like the idea of having, like, cables go along the ceiling for, like, a factory. Okay. You should have high priority for the cobblestone. It should produce it faster than this machine uses it. And then the excess will be stored here. And then we got like a whole bunch of these extruders like in a line here, basically. For all our various materials. It's still like backing up. If I could speed up all these machines, of course it'd be a lot faster. Oh, void. The sand might prove to be an issue. Also, I might have to speed these up, but that costs chromatic iron. The hard part just doesn't work if we're not here to hang out with it. Oh, it's backed up. Okay. So once the input backs up, then... The rest will go to power. Where did I get these leaves? Okay. Suddenly in your hand. Leaves! Try not to, like, destroy our power gen. Guess we don't need you. This is a mess. I'm starting to see the use of XNet in this pack. XNet would make this so pretty. At the cost of your entire life savings. $14 points for XNet. Is XNet better than routers? Already made 9 ingots though. Probably beats mining. Probably. Do I have a way to process the chromatic iron raw? It's cheaper than routers. Well, it doesn't do all the same things that routers do. You can boost this. Oh, so much flint is backed up here. Yeah, it'll back up forever now. Okay. I want to set up like a general use pulverizer. One that doesn't have a dedicated function that we can just use to pulverize stuff as desired. How much steel do we have left? 8. Costs 6. Okay. Look at some of that flint. Let's get some of that flint. The cable looks ridiculous, but if this was like up against the wall and against the ceiling, I think it would look cool. You know how there's like a lot of like industrial type buildings, they have like lots of pipes and cables like just running along the ceilings and walls. It's kind of the vibe I'm thinking. Thermal's very industrial. Routers are nuts. Routers are like actually correct. How much is XNet stuff? Controller's not bad. How are the connectors? An extraordinary Larimar for one piece of cable? Um... I know how XNet works. You don't have to... don't worry, I know how XNet works. It's per machine and then also per any like space between the machines. I know you don't use a lot of them, but it's pretty pricey. No, the network cable, this thing is the one that it goes between XNet networks. The connector connects a machine to the network. I don't know if the names have changed. I recognize the image. It's this thing, and then see, then there's the advanced one also. See, connector upgrade kit. This is definitely the thing that connects to a machine. That's not even in the pack. Okay. Chromatic steel block to get to the advanced connector. Chromatic steel block for an advanced connector? Is that for real? That is really expensive. It's not the network cable. This is clearly the routing connector that goes into the advanced connectors. Guys, I'm reading the names. Okay, so we need some upgrades for this, I guess. Start with the super annoying one. Pulverize some diamonds. Don't forget that even if you know XNet, the recipes might be completely different just to screw with you in Vault Hunters. For example, iron furnaces, like, so like, normally obsidian furnace does not build out a crystal furnace. Like, this is an example of how like like normally emerald goes into crystal, sure, but it goes into crystal or obsidian, and so like Dowski changed it, so you have to go through all of them just to screw with you. Same thing with like power mod. Um, you make a capacitor, you make it into a big capacitor. You cannot directly make it into niotic, spirited, or nitro capacitor. You have to actually step through every capacitor type on the way up, which is not the same as normal power. So like there's a lot of changes to the internal crafting of mods, so don't be too tied to other mod pack info. There wasn't like another block in Vault Hunters for 116xnet either. It was just the network cables and then the connectors. That's all there was. From what I read in the manual, network cables are for transporting items between different XNet networks. That's not like if your machines are 2 blocks apart. It's like if your machines are like over there and then you want to connect them because they're that kind of thing. It's never that other cable has never existed in Vault Hunters. Never has. Probably never will. Let's see, make some Invar. How much Larimar do we have? Oh jeez. Gotta go break some Larimar soon. Oh, it's the lead problem. Okay. Don't have lead. I guess we're just not updating this machine very much. I'm gonna put you, I guess, here at the end. You can have Flint at high priority. Why is there no Flint? Why does this machine not have cobblestone? High priority cobblestone. Medium priority cobblestone. Where's it going? Hello? Where's the cobblestone going? Why is it going here? Why aren't you going to here with high priority? Am I missing something? It's going in the drawer for some reason. You see the drawer ticking up on the jade. It used to work if I put it to +1. So anything that was 0 before, let's put it to +1. Okay, so pulverizer is pulverizing. Flint is flinting. You better not be ticking up. Okay. Machines are filling. Okay. I'll just manually transfer some flint for now. Simple storage, yeah, I don't know. Definitely an issue. There's definitely an issue. Like, the 0 priority seems to not be working properly. Alright, anyway, let's go break down this chromatic iron. Then we can process it into a whole bunch of chromatic iron. Then hopefully we can use that to craft some gear. How much vault scrap do we have? 1,039. How much vault ingot do we have? 256. Okay. And the painite. I guess what's on my mind is this recipe worth it to save the scrap and iron? Potentially. With this recipe, it takes 36 vault scrap to craft 1 piece of gear. With this, it only takes 9. But at the cost of painite. So it would cost us 9 painites per item crafted. We have about 300 painites. And that's taken away from our repair cores also. Probably better skip the painite costs, as much as that hurts to say. Bring one of these. Fortune. So we have 232 raw, but it's when we pulverize, it's boostable. So we're not getting the 5x that mechanism can offer. What the heck? This gives you straight up double in the crushing wheels? Interesting. Oh wait, is there the block maybe? Does it have a recipe? What the heck? You crush a block, you get 9? Scammed? These recipes for chromatic iron in the various mods seem kind of unbalanced a little bit. Fuji's trying, but the steel is nutty. It's just the costs are insane for him, you know. Oh, this is backing up bad. Okay. How much chromatic iron have we made? Like 40 ingots? Okay. We need to go make some simple storage upgrades. To speed up the transfer rate. Between the machines, that is. The problem also with Fuji is that he doesn't have enough power generation to like use them. He's a gold generator. He's trying to do mechanism. And anybody who's done mechanism knows that's not gonna cut it. I'm out of glass. I see. Man, my automation last season was so overpowered. I see why they nerfed everything that I used. Oh boy. So you especially need to be sped up. Cool. Looks like you need to be sped up. You seem fine. You seem fine. 14 stacks of cobblestone already, though. That's pretty good. This is going to be processing for a while. I guess I have to go cook all this stuff, too. This is going to take a while. What's up with Forge? Look, watch this. I'm going to shift-click this into my inventory. Watch my inventory very carefully. Did you see it? I'll do it again. Watch this slot. That is new to this Forge version. I swear, this version is not stable like it could be. I don't know what it is, but there is something funky going on. Like, it's actually wacky. Yeah, it's weird. And then also sometimes it doesn't properly stack at all, which is weird. Man, there's so many mod bugs. It's not even like the vault related bugs. It's just like bugged out mod stuff in this version. This is what happens when you update every mod simultaneously. You start getting bugs. Bit yikes. All right, so let's try running another vault. Let's try level 44 again and let's see if it's like if it's really just the level that like that one level makes a difference. If so, a bit annoying. Oh wait, hold on. We have chromatic iron. Let's okay, hold on. Okay, 13. Okay. Let's craft what we can. What needs to upgrade the most? Probably just the scrappy helmet. We'll just keep trying. That ain't it. I end up plating for one craft. Okay. Yeah, we need that chromatic iron bad. Like, big yikes. I feel like if we're not using rare plus gear, we just don't have what we're supposed to have. Which is weird, considering they don't want to give us rare plus gear, it feels. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? Hopefully we can get enough alloy out of this for one more attempt. I only get scrappies. Well, that's a thing. Okay, well. No gear upgrade today. Oh, they changed the refill upgrade. It used to be that if you picked up the item and it was in your cursor, it would automatically refill it. Doesn't seem to do that anymore. Interesting. Right, we're making a crystal. Let's see. Crystals. 73 beetroots. Interesting. $45 birch. Then a bunch of chicken. Okay. You know what's getting old? Manually doing mob pens. Gets a bit old. Maybe we set up a Botania automation for animals. Because you can, like, fully automate these passive mob drops with Botania. The only problem is that we have to use, like, actual entity animals, which is not ideal. But, there's the, what's it called? Polydesiac? And you can feed it mana, and then it'll, like, it'll breed the animals for you. And then you can use, like, well, actually, we can just use dark utilities to filter the babies out. But you can also filter the babies out using vanilla mechanics. You know, like, if you have the animals on top of, like, fence posts that babies will fall between or whatever. But I would just use the, this one. Only child animals. So you put like your animals on a bed of these, and then as soon as they breed, the baby falls through. And then you use the I swear there was one that let you grow up the animals faster. But either way, you can use what we could do is then invert the mob filter so that only adults can go through, and then you have them hang out with the I can't remember. I'm mixing up my stuff. Oh, this one. You know, you use the Dreadthorn. So you can use this one. And it only hurts adult animals. So then, like, you just have the babies in a chamber, and then when they grow up, they get killed by this thing. And then you can use, Hopper Hawk to just pick up all the gubbins. And put them in the chests or whatever. That's a pretty, we could automate all the animals that way. The only problem is that you have to just have animals. Which obviously from a server performance perspective isn't the best ever. And then you also have to have like automated ways to produce the materials for the animals. So like for example, like let's say we want to do chickens, right? So we have to have a source of seeds for the chickens. And the botany pots are not very good at that. But what we could do is there's a you can use dispensers to plant seeds, I believe, in this pack because of quirk. And then you have it plant the seeds, and then there's the drum of the wild. No, drum of the gathering. No. There's so many items in Botania. I mix them up all the time. Yeah, so like you time it, so then you wait a while. Or actually, I think there's a flower that does bone meal. What's it called? Yeah, so this one, you feed it mana, and it'll bone meal the plants near you, basically. And then you wait for that to like occur. And then you use the drum of the wild. You send it a mana burst, and then it'll destroy all the plants, dropping the seeds, and then you can pick it with a hopper hawk and filter them various ways. Ideally, you would prefer to have the seeds go back into the farm. The wheat can be stored somewhere, and then eventually you have an excess of seeds that can go over to feed your animals. So with like basically just Botania, we could like fully do baby animals and stuff. I just don't know if I want to have all those entities in the world. Because it's like, it's entities to have the animals, it's entities to have the mana burst, it's entities to have sparks. Server can probably handle it, but perhaps it's not the most ideal thing ever. Don't want to do cages? I mean, we could do cages. There's plus and minuses of cages. Cages would be fully passive. The big thing is that we have Botania and Dark Utilities already. This is a farm I could build today. I could go over to our Botania area and just make it happen right now. Cages would require 15 knowledge points. So, like, that's like a maybe eventually. That would also mean that mob spawners, potentially phytogenic, or even easy piglins would be, like, delayed considerably. And spawners is like, if the game actually scales to needing lots of mob drops, the spawners is going to be what we want. Because, well, you can get more out of it. And we already have the Dark Utilities to, like, get the maximum value out of it. Also, I kind of hate that everybody's like, just do cages early, forehead. And when everybody says that, it makes me want to not do that. And think of alternative options. So there's that. Banished Soul. So we're gonna try leveling it down 6 times, right? Oh, also, I didn't check last time. What's the XP modifier on this? 0.3. Interesting. The level down math seems funky with the XP. Alright, one curse. Awkward ad timing. Sorry, ad friends. It's gonna be in the middle of vault this time. 21 for the eggs. Yeah. Not technically true on sky vaults though. Locked 4 obelisks? Oh, that's rude. I wanted carbon. Great. All right, I guess we're going to go find the obelisks. Or try to. I have specialized hunter now, so I can't easily find the obelisks. We just got to visually spot them. They're often upstairs. I wonder if it's worth checking the upstairs of every room. Puzzle room? This is rude. Don't have time for you. 3 of those anyway. Right now I'm spec'd into living chests. Doesn't exactly help us today, to be honest. Could have respect, but even if I did, I wouldn't have expected to have to go for the obelisk like this. I think if I was gonna respec right now, it would probably be to the ornate spec, so we can try to get the gear better. We just have to hope that the obelisks are visible to us. I'm just gonna go for quantity over quality of searching. There's a lot of rooms to go through, right? Just gotta look for the particles. They do that every vault. That's... I feel like I'd run out of flasks. I could do that for like 50 vaults and then I'd run out of flasks or something. It also seems like a... I don't know. Seems kind of unfun. That might just be me though. Did the respec flasks still work inside the vault? They did last season. Did they nerf that? Because, like, Wutax wasn't happy with it when I told him about that. But, like, they didn't change it last season. I hope they nerfed it. Because, you can cheese it with Afterlife if they didn't. Enter Afterlife Vault, drink respec flask, respec die. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's okay if you can spec, but unspecking is not good. We're actually doing pretty good on obelisks. There's a button to press? I don't think it was like the regret orbs. I thought you just drank it and it was done. Must be different than last season. I'm sure it's accurate that you can't unspec. Details notwithstanding. The question is, when we find the 4th obelisk, what do we do? So at that point, there's theoretically still looting to be done, depending on the timer. You just can't drink it at all. Fair play. Lemon, you must be thinking of the regret orbs. Which makes sense too. I guess the obelisks are not that uncommon, but like, there's also the RNG factor of not having Hunter. So if I pass the fourth obelisk, there's not really a guarantee we'll find another one. It's like pure RNG these days. The rates don't seem that bad. We've not gone through that many rooms, and we already found 3. Oh, I'm gonna take a pit stop and look for a portal. We're heading south. How did they get to me? Not meant to be able to get here. It must have been that one thing there. Okay. Gotta be careful not to leave an extra one in the future. $31 knowledge for a portal room. How's that feel? Is that good? So we're heading south, right? I guess if I see another standout loot, I'll stop on the way to the fourth obelisk. But being it's locked, you know how it is. A lot of times in locked vaults, I just kind of elect to go to the next vault. Looting and locked down to the wire. You know, it was different when you could write down the coordinates of the last obelisk. But now that that mechanic doesn't really exist. It'd be interesting if... I don't know, would this... Tell me if this would be overpowered. But let's say you find the last obelisk, right? What if I took my vault compass and, like, I right-click the obelisk? It would, like, key my compass to the obelisk instead of the portal. So I could find the obelisk later. Would that be overpowered? Maybe you need, like, an upgraded vault compass that costs steel and opals or something. Some black chromatic compass that can be rekeyed to, like, objectives. So that we can regain some of the functionality we once had. Okay, there's an obelisk. I think I'm just gonna go to the next vault. Oh, great. I think it's funny that he can knock you up when you're midair already. We'll just go to the next vault, it's fine. I really don't want to loot down to the wire in a locked vault. I don't like that. It's not really that fun to me. I don't mind the challenge of completing a locked vault, but it's not my favorite place to loot when crystals are, like, super cheap. Vault lodestone? Maybe. No, completion crate doesn't scale anymore. Epic plus axe, though? Hello. First thing. Did get all this stuff from the vault. 10 alloy. Burger bits. The way we're spec'd, I feel like the boss is, like, not really even a challenge, which is cool. 21 whole carbon. Honestly, not the worst I've ever done. Honestly, for like 7 minutes of work, getting like, that's the equivalent of 180 raw carbon. Actually kind of decent. Too bad this gear's all level 45, 44. Maybe we'll get something fantastic though. I'd have to check the website if gear goes up. Tier 2 damage axe. I managed to finish before the ads play. Incredible. This is terrible. Do I even have fundamental foot? I have one. It's probably not worth it for level 44 epic. Well, okay. Let's just make the next crystal right now. We're already prepped. Oh, easy. We got a whole bunch of saddles today from all those Ravagers. Wait, hold on, if you just do soul at vault. Hold on. At vault, soul. Oh, everything has soul value, doesn't work. Soul flame. We're out of wither skulls? Oh. Curious. I haven't been back here in a while. Rates seem good. I still could use like 4 mega torches or something. But these rates seem pretty good as it is. Huh? What do you mean 0? I got 1 in the backpack. Oh, looting, right? Looting. Weapons don't go up anytime soon? Cool. One thing we can do also, check this out. So you go to the website, right? Go to the gear. So we're looking at weapons. I think they're the same, just like different ranges. And then you zoom out because you're too zoomed in. And then you just jack it up to like 80 or something. So damage goes up at 60. Attack speed goes up at 50. Availability goes up at 49. Damage prefix goes up at 58. Pretty far off. Fatal strike damage goes up at 49. Chaining apparently doesn't go up anymore. Flooding does not go up till... Who cares about that? Sweeping hit chance. Percent damage. 44 is where it bumps, so that's actually a good level. Then cloud goes up at 60. Yeah, we're not anywhere near any like major gear upgrades that I care about for weapons. What about armor? Interesting that they're the same tabs, even they just refilled the info. So 40, 42, 51 for the crit hit mitigation. Armor's not till 62. Okay, so if our gear is 47, we get potentially better health rolls. 48, we get better mana rolls. Mana regen's at 49. Seems like 49 is the level for armor. So I guess when we craft it's fine. That means that the armor that we find is going to be a little bit worse. Item quantity, so... Oh, interesting. So level 44 you get this. Level 45 you get this. Hmm. This is like the one situation where you really wish Tinker's Construct was in the pack. So you get like the beheading. I guess, Fusty. What do you mean 0? I've collected 3 skulls only? Why do these raids seem poopy? Feels like I've killed more than 60 wither skeletons. Maybe not. Those guys over there are really messing with my spawn count. You know what? Hold on. Since I determined that keys are a scam anyway. It has looting. I double checked it. What's this chest plate? Okay, it's a backup. It's pretty decent actually. Let's go boost this farm like crazy. God, why are ladders so buggy? Oh my god. Minecraft, get your ladders together. God, flying in the nether sucks with the dash nerf. Oh my god. Oh, great. Okay. Can we land here? Cool. You guys will bother me no more. Let's do it down lower though. If we could do it more like Y60, that would probably be better. So that the Mega Torch covers the whole spawn range. $73, that's probably good. I'll never find this Mega Torch again, it's fine. That's what the warp stone's for. Hold on. Let's just go somewhere far away. Then back to the nether. Why didn't they despawn? Maybe if I fly out of range, they'll despawn. Okay, they definitely despawned. So we should just have more skeletons to kill now. Seems better. Yeah, there's definitely more spawning. Up to 4 skulls. Still's kind of slow. I swear, it used to feel faster. .5% affected by looting. Up to 6 skulls. Must be picking them all up because we're so close. Player damage trap and AFK. I was thinking about that, yeah. Obviously it'd be slower, but it would be AFK. Oh, it's because I have a magnet on. That's why I'm picking up everything. Rates are good. Are they clogging up upstairs? Looks like they're not making it down very well. Look at that. They're like, are they resisting the vector plates? Look at this. Look at this clump here. What are they doing? There's like a whole bunch of them in there. I don't have free cam. But you can definitely resist the vector plate. Look at this. So I have 2 thoughts. One, do we just upgrade the vector plates? Or 2, what happens if you put multiple vector plates? Like, such that they touch multiple? Well, let's push them faster. Could use bellows as well. I feel like we could do middle tier vector place. How many do we need? 8. We'll just see how this looks. Hi, Steer just launched them? Potentially, yeah. See if this makes a difference. No, you don't need a wrench. You just have to have empty hand. I don't know when they added that feature. Okay, so this clump is the kill chamber. Yeah, they're moving a lot better now. And, you know, if they make it to the kill chamber faster, that means we kill them faster. That means they respawn faster. I feel like we're zooming now. Not bad for a single intersection. Oh, this problem again. I think Dark Utilities is a fun way to do mob farms. I think it's a lot more interesting than, like, cages. It actually, like, encourages you to, like, interact with the game, which is fun. Okay, so I need some banished soul. Let's try this. We'll try this again. 6 levels down. Omen plate. Oh, for a raid farm. Interesting. So you always get... Oh, I see. So you always get the... Oh, that's cool. So you don't even need the... Wait, how much does this cost? Yo, if I would... Yo, I'm making this. So next time we need a raid, I'll just step on this for a while. Stonks. Do I really care about respecking Hunter? Not really, because I'm going for wooden chests. Just for the carbon, really. Do we not pick up steak? Oh, jeez. I got bones. So here's what I'm wondering though. If I come down here and trigger a raid here, they would have to spawn on the platforms up there and then get funneled into the Doom Chamber, is that right? Hold on. It's spawnable, but the mobs have to spawn a certain distance away. Like, they can't spawn right in the village. They have to spawn, like, a certain distance out of it. Oh, they spawned all the way up on the island. Why are there so many of them? Are they really upstairs there? Raid victory. What do you mean raid victory? They all spawned up here and it just broke? Did it just spawn every wave simultaneously? Like up here? What the heck? Got my Totem of Undying back, I guess. Well, that was broken. Oh, I got the bad op. Oh, great. Hold on, wait. Oh no, I triggered a raid. I didn't realize I got the bad omen again. Great. Okay, I guess we're doing a raid again. Something's wrong with raids, you think? I've heard that, but I've also heard very conflicting info about that, so I'm just not sure what the truth is. Other than there's probably something funky about raids. I feel like this changed since the last time, because I've triggered a raid before, and it didn't behave this. It didn't. It was different. I didn't get like 1,000 mobs up top. I mean, I'm one scary person. I mean, wouldn't you run from me if you saw me with the rainbow snorkel mask? Sucker. Oh, Ravager wave. Doing these raids though, it kind of shows the scaling of the vault mobs. Like it shows how the mobs in the vault hit like vanilla Ravagers, all of them. Why does a mob always run all the way around here and then get stuck like over here? Same HP as vanilla Ravagers also. Yep. Yep. True though. Is this spawn a witch? spawned them all on one block? Okay. Okay. That was different. Look, their pathing always does this. They walk around to this side and get stuck on here for something. Okay, follow me, please. This feels like 2 waves at once. It's kind of a lot of mobs. Come this way. Step away from the home, please. Follow me. This is just an elaborate prank so I can get more saddles. Yeah. You sussed me out. Please don't kill my dogs with the evoker magic. Okay, they're good. He shot my pressure plate! That jerk! Look, he's like beelining it for right there. They all do this. What are they pathing to? Also, wow, what level was this raid? Bit wacky. They want my loot. What loot do they want, you think? We heard you have emeralds. Victory! Hey, I got a cool 5 totems, I guess. They want my vault gear? Understandable. Actually, why? It's not even that good. It's like actually not that good. Maybe it's good to them because they're just vanilla. There's one on the floor. Oh, cool. Thanks. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled vaulting. Oh, there's an ad coming up. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna run the ad real fast. I'm gonna jet to the restroom real fast in the meantime. All right, we're just waiting for the ad friends. And then we vault. Got plenty of flasks. Hopefully it's not locked so we can test the vault difficulty and see if it really does seem a lot more tame than the level 45 vault. I'll be kind of disappointed if so, but you know what? We'll have feedback. Welcome back, ad friends. Here we go. I'm gonna ignore that. Locked scav? Alright, I guess we're scavving. Dude, why does Locked love me? This already seems like tremendously easier. Wait, already got the drowned hide. Nothing is like feeling impossible about this. It's just annoying. Can they turn down the ratio of locked, please? I swear, I get a very disproportionate amount of locked vaults. But on these mobs, they don't seem nearly as painful. Dude, I feel like level 45 is actually like way tougher. Like, this feels like I'm just chilling. Does anybody else get that vibe? That this is chill. Everything else is like the level 45 was extremely not chill. Dude, can you stop cursing me? Okay. Ironically, the one thing I wanted to loot was wooden chests, and we don't need any wooden chest loot for this scav. Oops. Dude, River, what is your delay? It's like a year. Need to go see a specialist about that. I see money. If you're on mobile, remember to refresh periodically to get your delay down. Welcome in, Monkey. How you doing? I need 2 jars. I got a wizard one instead of a jar. Okay. I hate it when you hear a mob, but you can't see the mob. Stop giving me chalices! "19 seconds? Ugh. It's a bit tough. Also, ironically, the POIs I need the most are not the one my hunter is spec'd for either. So what I needed in this vault is not what I'm spec'd for, and also not what I want to loot, but just everything else. Okay. Vault hates me. I don't need help getting green mob essence. I needed black mob essence. This room might be decent, but I don't. So livings, don't need that. Livings again? Oh my god. If it wasn't locked, I'd be looting like all these fun ones. Locked makes me not really want to loot though, which I'm sure you can understand. This is the kind of vault where I find a crystal cave and it pisses me off. Where's the other gilded chests? Hold on. Okay, there's one soul charm. Is there more down here? Hold on, where's that zombie at? There's two zombies. Didn't want them dive bombing me. So the thing that tells you what your latency is doesn't work on mobile where it matters the most. Okay. Good job, Twitch. Good job. It's gonna be a problematic spawner. Can I get jars, please? I need to find some cash. It's all woodens in this vault. I feel like Twitch is like, we have this great new feature. And then like you're like, but what if I'm on mobile? And then Twitch lasts for like 5 minutes straight, and then like, oh wait, you're serious. This vault is like 1,000 times chiller than the level 45 vault. The mobs are like way less of a problem. And there seems to be less of them. Like the spawners get ratcheted up at 45. That's interesting. Not sure how I feel about that. Okay, actually this part seems not chill. Although that feels like luck. Like if the POIs spawn really close to each other, you have like a gigantic wall of mobs to deal with. If they're spread out, it's like so chill. The variance seems a bit high on that. I do say so. I'm still gonna check for a portal. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hello, Minecraft? Can I jump through the hole? I wish the default Minecraft hitbox was, like, slightly smaller for a player. I feel like it'd be a little bit nicer. Basically, Fox, yeah. It's basically a waste of my time at that point. We need to find some money, though. That's what's, like, catching us up right now. Is lack of cash money. If anything stops us, it's going to be the lack of crack scripts. Lock 10 spider spools? Yeah, just take your armor off. Are there ornates up there? No, woodens. Oh, what? Can't wait 15 seconds to try again. I feel like the dash cooldown, it's a bit much at a level where you can't reliably get cooldown reduction on your gear. Oh, great. I feel like if you're at a point in the game where you can reliably get cooldown reduction, you're fine. But if you're like the rest of us playing on the public version, where you haven't had weeks on the Fall Hunters SMP with broken rates, it's tough. Frick. Oh, saved it. Saw one crack script. Got two. Money. That's all four. Okay, now the big gate is this. We need a spider soul charm. We have green essence. We need a soul charm and an empty jar. We have 12 minutes. Wild West room would be pretty ideal right now. More money if we needed that, I guess. Are there any guilds up here? Nope. I gotta not get distracted by ores. Oh, here's the Wild Western we asked for. I had a bounty. Oh yeah, I think it was for Vault Essence. In a situation like this is where the insert button really makes a huge difference, because you don't have to like pause to do loot management. Oh, interesting. Whereas if you're not using the insert button, you have to like choose between inventory management or dodging the mobs. Careful. Easy, don't touch the TNT. Frick. Okay, this room is considerably not chill. Oh boy. Ooh, stuffing's hurting. The RNG on these chests is killing me. Oh, frick. I guess it's not in this room for us. Okay, we'll just have to get some more gildeds. Okay, take two. Hold on, let's wait in the hallway to do our loot management. See, I have to choose to walk back from the point of interest. I have to, so like, I think that the lack of the button gives us a gameplay choice. See, run in there and try to manage the inventory while you deal with the mobs, or do you do it from the safety of somewhere else? Because it takes time. Oh, there it is. I think that's healthier for the game than just click the button, loot goes brr 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 brr. We're looking for ornates now. We need a jar. Jars aren't real and they can't hurt you. Well, in a locked vault they can. I forgot about the locked part. Oh, I didn't. Trust me, I didn't. Manifesting a castle? That would be nice. Tornadoes are really rare in this vault. Six minutes. All right, here we go. Good luck. I like how I'm getting lots of money in Gilded now, like after we already completed those requirements. Dude, if I get stopped by a second empty jar, I'm gonna be salty. Oh, ornates. Where did you spawn from? This is gonna go off again, like, right now. Nope. There's the jar. Okay. Alright, we can just loot now. For the next 4 minutes. You get 4-minute aloof time. It's like when your parents tell you get to watch, you get 30 minutes of TV time. This better be a dang good crate. Wow, now there's all the ornates in the world. Okay, that's how this works. The game waits for you to complete your objectives, and then it starts spawning that one. I thought I was gonna hit the water. Getting a key piece at least. I really need backpacks. My looting is getting slowed down by the fact that I can't swipe my scav items into a backpack. Also just due to size constraints. I'll take cash money at this point. Well, at least we made it. Let's hope the crate's worth it. Locked feels bad though. It's like you have to trade like basically all the loot for a crate, and you have to pray the crate was worth it. Still got 1900 XP. Yikes. All right, let's see. Are you worth? All right, let's check out our regular loot first. I wanted carbon. I didn't really have a chance to go get it. I got 18 diamonds, I guess. How many artifacts have I found? Next question, please. They are not. No, the completion crates are already pre-generated before you open them. The moment it spawns in, it's already generated. Besides, item rarity doesn't work outside of the vault. $39 refined carbon. It was actually 39 refined carbon. Okay, that's worth. Knowing that it was 39 carbon, actually worth. Okay, I'll take that. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. That's nearly max damage. It's like half off. With the poison cloud? Yo, hold on. That's a boss killer if I've seen one. That's a boss killer if I've ever seen one. Oh, look at this armor. 13 armor, 5 health, mana. Doesn't have the mana regen I'm currently rocking. Better armor and crit resistance, though. Similar Dura. We could try nullifying. Not a bad play. Oh. Oh! Alright, compare and contrast. 11 armor. 13 armor. 3% resistance. 9%. 6 health, 5 health. 11 mana, 17 mana. 19 regen, 22 regen. We're actually the next tier regen. I think that's an upgrade. I think we found an upgrade. It's better in everything except for health, which it's 1 less. Sick. Looks silly with our current gear. All right, so we have to enchant these. I gotta remember to do that. Boss killing sword and the new chest plate. Sick. Where do we get 40 alloy? Oh wait, also, oh boy, chromatic iron. I have no way to farm that otherwise. I do like the gold though. Oh boy, vanilla diamonds, don't have a way to farm those. We're kind of stocked on a lot of stuff. Can we get a good helmet? Or will I strike out again and again and again? As is customary. Oh, it's scrappy. Okay, this is where we're at today, huh? Oh, rare helmet. Here we go. Holy mana, Batman. And armor upgrade. Ooh. Ooh. That's nice. Rainbows, your delay is pretty bad, friend. My heal is 8. This gives almost the whole extra point. Actually, it gives 1.2 points of extra health per heal, so it's like more than half a heart. That's good. Okay, that's a nice upgrade. Well, boots are low dura. Let's try boots next. Common? So we're rocking now. Oh, I see. Common? I'm using the identification tome. Two prefixes instead of suffixes. This, oh, let's make the last boots here. Okay. Double prefix is nice. That's a lot of mana. Hmm. Oh! It's a lot of health. compare and contrast. 12 armor, 11 armor. 7 health, 9 health. Crit hits a little bit down. Has the resistance instead of looting ability. Hey, when you face race, the slowness avoidance is nice. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. It's gonna remove the slowness. A gigantic pile of durability. From 750 to now 2850 dura. These are nice tank boots. Well, the mana focus, that's really good, actually. Do you want mana region mana or mana? Well, we can still upgrade these boots further to like a higher rarity, but at least they're not gonna break on us every 2 seconds. Only thing that's not getting upgraded, I guess, is leggings. I think we just got gated on chromatic iron. Let's go check if we have any. Oh, that's all processed. How much is extra in the farm here now? Oh, wow, we've got like 2 stacks. Ooh, that's actually kind of huge. Generated out of thin air. Power zoom in. We're gonna start backing up on more diamonds soon, too. Cool. Wouldn't it be sick if we get a full gear set upgrade? Actually, I think we need to do a shield next. The shield's like really... this is a really good shield. Might repair this shield. Like, this shield has everything. This should enable us to make a lot of Alterite. Okay. Oh, that's a good, decent amount of alloy. Okay. Come on, leggings. That's not it. I don't really want scrappies. I need the modifier slots. Did you see that? Did you see that? What color is that text? Do I see green? Does it say Vault Leggings in green font? So bad. Alright, here we go. Come on. Fundamental focus, please. Please. I've been a good vaulter. I did the 2 locked vaults. Please reward me. It's tier 3 armor. Now, we can get to tier 4, but tier 3 is not the worst. Okay, now we need to get the modifiers to be a bit nicer. Oh, we need some more currency. Ooh, that's a nice base roll. Please give me CDR. I'm gonna risk it. Okay. I'm gonna risk it. Okay. CDR. What's the CDR range for me right now? 6 to 8% is actually max for my level. Now, those are some nice leggings. They just don't have any health. But they have resistance to try to make up for it. Oh, we could do this also. Oh, the Dura is poopy. Hold on. YOLO! I was hoping for a durability suffix. Can I get like a tier 3 durability suffix? %. They're costing half a stack of bronze. Oh my god. Ooh, that tier 3 armor. Can I snipe off something that's not good? Out of currency? Alright, we're gonna have to go gather some money soon. Maybe I'll respec Hunter into currency and we'll just go ham on currency. Tier 1 Dura. So the Dura is not trash. Armor is fantastic. Resistance is huge. It's like maximum res. Healing efficiency. Doesn't have CDR or mana though. Crafting potential is 66. Okay, let's Okay, first of all, you guys get scrapped. $39 health. Healing efficiency is 26%. What's our resistance? Total resistance is 24%. So we resist 1/4 of damage automatically. That heal doing 5 hearts straight up though, it's kind of nice. What's the mana levels like? 135 mana with 118% regen. Let's try this. We can chill for a while with the mana shield. Armor is 53. Well, these boots seem poopy now. Could have more armor. It's hard to get everything. How much is our knockback resistance? Only 11. Bit of item quantity. I'm not sold on the suffixes we have on this one. The prefixes are pretty good, but the suffixes don't feel ideal. But I don't really have the currency to push it further. I guess we'll just have to try it out in the vault and see. Can we get anything really interesting on weapons? We already have the 4 chaining maximum damage prefix. Or sorry, implicit. But what if we could have chaining plus a prefix damage? Soul chance is okay, but I guess it's okay. I'd kind of rather have fatal strike chance. If we roll fatal strike chance, we could spec into fatal strike damage for the cost of 5 points and then get a big damage increase. Remember when we had money? Good times. Ooh. Only has 1 prefix. No chaining. That's not it. Yo? Have I finally been rewarded for suffering? Okay, those modifiers suck, but the prefix, the implicits are fabulous. Half of a damage off of max. Okay attack speed. Great durability. Tier 3. 3,000. Two chaining. 15% fatal strike. Ooh. Baneful is kind of nice. What's the chaining chances? Chaining is only 6% chance. Hold on, calculator time. 1 minus 0.0645. Power 3. So you give an 18% chance to roll into chaining at all. And they're equally weighted. 9% chance to get chaining 3 or 4. I kind of like the look of these offensive focus. Hit the 9% chance. Ooh! Now, it kind of min-rolled that attack damage. But the chaining is nice. Spiteful is actually kind of useless. Oh, we're gonna risk it. Okay. Ah! Oh, okay. Oh, holy's nice. Holy is nice. Like, that's the majority of what you kill is weak to holy, including Boogeyman. This has, like, as much damage as our boss killer, but then it's also holy. And we got the Fatal Strike chance. What's the maximum Fatal Strike chance? So we hit the low tier. Could be up to 15. This is a solid upgrade. It's lacking the soul chance. It's a little bit less on the chaining. The attack speed's like way better though. It's 14% bonus. Dang. So you two can just disappear forever. I could be greedy with more cash. She has 191 potential left. Can we even beat this shield? Is it even possible to beat this shield? %20 block is the maximum implicit till 52. We can get up to 9 health. Ours has 5. %6 block is the maximum for the prefix. 8% res is almost max. No, I don't think we're beating the shield. I think this shield is like pretty max for us. The slowness of voidness is unfortunate, but the weakness cloud's not bad. Think the health doesn't appear at level 16? It's supposed to be 50-50? Maybe. I think I'm gonna repair this. Oh, wait. I don't think we can make Volterite. Wait, we should have Chromatic Iron already piling up. How much have we had in that meantime? Half a stack? Half a stack is piled up? 32 stacks of flint. Yo, that's not bad for free. It's like actually not bad for free. If I chill here for a couple hours, just AFK, kind of loaded. Wait, I made way too many of these. Just need one of those. I think next week we're going to try to reorganize the factory a little bit, make it a bit prettier, and that kind of thing. All right, so we need to transmog these. Because as usual, style counts. Do we have any bronze? Is there anything left in here? Okay. Excuse me. feel like an absolute unit. Let's go for it. Let's use a thermal series armor. This one's always been a funny set. This was in last season as well. How much does it cost for us? 50. Why does the cost of transmogging go up as you get higher level? That feels so unnecessary to me. Why does the belt in your hand sticks out the side with the shield? I'm not sure about the shield with that with this set. Maybe we can go for the absolute unit shield. I'm not sure about the rainbow rune. The sword. It just kind of sticks out from inside your hand. This is perfect. Alright, this is our new set. 104 DPS. 104. What's our fatal strike chance? 8%. Okay, so here's the question. What's worth more? 3 damage on hit. Or an 8% chance to double damage. We're dealing 40 damage plus holy. They're kind of similar, but fatal strike sounds more exciting. So this is really cheap. It's 5 points to get to plus 100%. Like, the other levels don't seem nearly as valuable, but that first one is worth a lot. Let's see that fatal strike damage. 94 on the fatal strike. It doesn't happen a lot. But what it means though, like, here's the thing, is that extra 3 damage was unlikely to, like, change the number of hits it takes to kill a mob. But when the Fatal Strike procs, it means that we could just wipe out the first mob in the first hit, and then potentially the other mobs just get shreked as well. But this is an exciting new setup. Armor's so thick, no need for a shield. Hold on. The idol. Every 12.5 is the fatal strike, yeah. That locks fatal strike chance, right? Yeah. The thing is, like, the first 5 points here only gives you 3% chance. That seems a lot less significant than the plus 100% damage. The Hulk holding a cookie. What if Cookie Monster entered a mecha suit? Eight points. Oh, it's so savage. I don't think you can get chance on armor. That was last season. Yeah, it's just on the weapon. Maybe on an idol. Yeah, you can get on an idol. Ooh, it's kind of spicy. Can you get on a shield? No, it's idols only. Interesting. Lose 25% block chance to get a bunch of Fatal Strike. Is there a universe? Is there a reality where that's worth? Hmm. You can get block chance on armor. I did not. What's the block chance? What's the chance of block chance? Oh, wait, we're on the wrong level. Hold on. So at my level, it could go up to 15%. At 51, get up to 20% fatal strike chance. They have reach also. We can get up to 30% mana regen on an idol. Interesting. You get 4 to 5% block chance per piece. It's an 8.5% chance to just roll it on any given prefix. I think that the haste is going to be Wendar. Yeah, haste. Or speed on Wendar also. Those are both really good. The speed would be like kind of huge actually. Oh, you can get haste or speed on any idol this season. Do the idols have any difference this season other than the immunity? Hold on, let's do this. So let's see if anything changes. It's just the immunities. They're the same other than immunities. It's not like last season where the idols were like dramatically different. Oh yeah, they affect the different altars, of course, yeah. Do we have any of the blessings? We have of Valara's blessing. So we can't really roll any idols. These are all like old idols. Maybe next week we can do some altars. We can do some like turbo altars, try to get the blessings, and try to get like a. Can you imagine that speed, reach, and fatal strike chance idol? Could you even imagine the power? That's like beyond what mortals are meant to have. I'll have to enchant all this up too as well. I'm pretty happy though with 79% defense. The hearts could be better. But the mana is all really nice, which should make up for it a bit. Alright, I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of something before we finish up. I've been doing some building on Sky Vaults and I'd like to get your feedback. And instead of waiting all the way to Tuesday, I'd like to get it now. So, sneak preview of Sky Vaults. There's probably gonna be more building done between streams, but I'd like to show you what we got so far. Oh god, not the 16 pay night. What will I do if I wasted the 16 pay night on a good shield? Whoa, what is this? Suddenly boat. Wait, no, this is like actually new. Cause like compared to yesterday, this is new. It's a ladder, but that's a bit of a trap for a ladder. L has been building. Wow. What are they using? Walnut and dark oak? Interesting. That's not what I wanted to show you. I promise. This is what I wanted to show you. I've been building up the storage area. We had some color palette work here. Well, then let's sleep. Hold on. Yeah, I'm using the sun metal that we sourced from the vault. Oh, this gear sucks now. Actually, this is a pretty... These boots are pretty sick, weren't they? But yeah, I've been really kind of pleased with how the direction this is going. Obviously, this is still work in progress. And then behind the vaulter, I have this like backsplash. I don't know if there's a more appropriate block for this backsplash, but this is the chiseled sun metal. As you can see, we work in progress. And then I like these like open like air window things here. And like I didn't plan for it to be this way, but it's kind of giving me like Middle Eastern like palace vibes. Driftstone goes well with sun metal. Miru, that's a hot tip. Welcome in, by the way. So yeah, and I started putting these lattices on also. I think they look nice to hide the drawers and give the whole thing a bit more depth. I tried putting like slabs here. It looked weird. I tried putting blocks. It looked weird. I didn't know how to make the windows look right. So I put the lattice and it makes the windows not look weird. But yeah, glad you guys are liking the direction this is going. I like these little chandeliers. I stole this from Surge. I like recklessly stole this from Surge. Somebody's been growing dark oaks. So yeah. Also, I moved the... I don't know if you were here when I moved the crafting tables, but I did. Yeah, this is sun metal. So, here's the thing. If you look at Gilded Chest... Wait, where the heck do you get the sun metal? Oh, it's ornate chest. Okay. So, like... This is meant to be, like... one of the trash items, right? Like, sun metal it's like... You get, like, vanilla chains and sun metal, right? And they're kind of meant to, like, clog your inventory. But, high key... I'm thinking about doing runs specifically to get sun metal. Because I'm kind of running through our supply. We got like 140 bricks and then like a few blocks left. And like trying to do the roof. What the heck? I just got scammed. The lone Larimar. You can see the roof is a bit hermit crafty. AKA only the front's done. Can you dupe sun metal? No. I don't really know what I want to do with the roof. I definitely want to have some kind of like elevated roof, dome, pillar, awesomeness. I like the shape of the front though, but then I feel like it needs like another like shape in behind it. I like the direction it's gonna. I don't know what we're gonna do though, so I'll just work on it. It's probably gonna take a lot of sun metal, so look forward to grinding that next week. Anyway, thanks for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. Hope you had a good time exploring the new update with me. It's been a rocky road, I think we're getting there. Finally getting there, especially on Magic. Like the gear thing was tough, but so I guess next week we'll try facing tier 3 mobs, get some more loot. Maybe there's a patch this weekend. I don't know if they said anything, but if there is, hopefully maybe there's some tuning differences. Maybe do some co-ops if there is. I would like to catch Reese next week. That would be really sick if I could catch Reese, and then we could try out the cake vault. Maybe even try out a speed run. I don't know. Assuming they're all working and stuff. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys. Make sure to follow if you haven't. If you've been hanging out, having a good time, might as well follow so you can catch me next time. Make sure to join Discord also. If you want to chat between streams or just ask questions about Vault Hunters, I'm happy to answer. Wow, I don't really know anybody on right now. Um... Hmm. I think I'll just let you guys go for the weekend. I'll let you pick where you want to go. Have a good one, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I'll see you